Stand by. The BRN goes worldwide at 6 a.m. Eastern. Stand by. The BRN goes worldwide at 6 a.m. Eastern.
Attention, BRN affiliates. Showtime in 90 seconds. Showtime in 60 seconds. "45 seconds. "30 seconds. The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
If he has any other outbursts, say Santa will take down our plane.
What?
Oh, Jesus, Tuttle.
Jesus.
Hold on. You would tell Walker, if you act out one more time, Santa's going to take down Mama's plane?
Yeah.
Santa's going to kill
Bubba,
Mommy.
I think that answers the question you asked. If you let Tuttle watch the kid.
What? Yeah. Yeah. Don't let Tuttle watch your kid.
Well, Tuttle's skipping God and going right to Santa having all the powers.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
Welcome, levels.
Welcome. Whew. Let me hate to sound like a zookeeper, but Friday. Whew.
It's Friday.
And we're not even due a vacation until, like, I think maybe Thanksgiving.
Yeah, November's our next one.
I mean, the only time we're taking off is our catastrophic type hurricanes. Speaking of which, is that one that they're saying might be a problem? Is that still like what was it called? L46 or something like that?
I think it's 94.
Oh, is it 94?
I think so.
Is it anything?
I think it's Nadine. It'll be Nadine.
If it gets up to the what level? Does it have to get to like 60 miles an hour winds in order for them to be? Well, see now, does it start a tropic? Like would it be tropical storm Nadine?
Yes.
Yeah, tropical depression.
Oh, a depression. Okay.
I think is when it starts out.
I feel like my life. I'm in a tropical depression. Tropical depression, Bubba Clem. Yes, you can see on your screen. There he is. Oh, it must be a little chilly out. He's got his long sleeve willy on. You'll probably take that off by the time you get to the shop. It gets hot. I mean, you got an oven in there.
Yep.
I mean, Gene Lasker here today. Hello, Gene.
How about it?
Gene's already, I had to tell him to shut up because we were having a show before the show, and it's stuff that I felt as if we should probably share, open up the program with, and that is Gene proclaimed. He walks in. I think he maybe stopped at the 7-Eleven right across the street, and he goes, "What kind of neighborhood you live in? What kind of neighborhood? What kind of neighborhood? What kind of neighborhood is this?" And then we're like, "What happened?" And then he goes to commence to saying that he had to hit a guy, a homeless guy that had a light.
I just palm hit him right in his light, right on his head.
All right, so you didn't I'm sorry, palm hitted him.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think the cops probably take that far less, aggressive than
knocking his jaw out, you know what I'm saying?
Because at that point, you're probably only trying to distance yourself from that
I
light.
was trying to adjust the light for him.
I bet that ring hurts if you punch somebody with it.
No, that's just the wedding ring. It can't hurt nobody.
So tell us what happened.
So the dude is like a homeless dude or a Johnny Walker dude.
And you're talking about the 7-Eleven just
yeah, he's
two
got his
streets
bicycle
over.
out blocking one door anyway. That's already rude. And then, you got to walk around his bicycle, and he's got a headlight on his head, on his
like a
center of his head.
Like a coal miner gimmick?
Yeah, like a wrap around his head, and it's right there. So when he looks at you,
He blinds you.
He blinds you. And so he looked.
Now, is he holding the door for you, or is he
No,
blocking?
he didn't hold no door for me at all. He just stood there by the door, and he said, "Hey, bud," right off the beginning. I said, "My name ain't Bud," and walked in there and get me some donuts. And he walks over to the donut. Then he goes, "Getting a lot of donuts, ain't you?" I said, "Yeah, I got a lot of friends." And he goes, and so I got 3 bags of donuts, and
which, by the way, Gene always rolls in with 3 bags of donuts. He does.
One bag for you,
1 bag for me, and then he distributes accordingly. That's just the way Gene is. All right, so you got your 3 bags of donuts.
I look at him and I said, "Dude, do you realize that light is rude?" And he goes, "Yeah, I realize that." And he looks at me right in the face again. So I just hit him right in the light.
This is so great, man.
Hold on.
He was poking you in the chest.
Yeah, there's some people that you could come back with a smart-ass response to in life, and this guy ain't one of them.
I'm not one of them. I just as soon go to jail.
I think you've been to jail, 9 times? 11?
15.
15. Yeah, I mean.
I've been to jail,
mostly
Gene.
all the time for assault and battery.
Yeah, mostly. And those are usually, aren't those usually just overnights?
Yeah, I'm just there until I bond right out. Boom.
Right.
I got arrested on a suspended license, and they put me in the crazy house.
Hold on. Tell them the mistake that you made. You told them that you're on all this medication. And instead of putting you in gin pops where you could kind of talk to people, they completely put you in the hole. Did they not?
Yeah, and I also thought they saw this nerdy white kid and was a black highway patrolman, and he called 2 other black highway patrolmen.
Right.
And they
was it reverse racism?
Yeah, reverse Rodney King. And
it's a white guy we could afford to lose, though. It's no problem.
Oh, whatever. I was trying to be nice. The guy, I was riding in the front seat, and I was like, "Oh, how long you been doing this? Wife and kids?" And he told me, "Shut the F up."
Well, were you handcuffed?
Yeah, I was handcuffed.
In the front seat?
Yeah, behind the back.
I wonder why. So, no, hold on. in the front seat next to him?
Yeah.
That's not protocol.
That's not normal.
Yeah.
Well, I think he already had somebody in the back, and I told him I had to pee. So
What do you mean you think? You didn't realize that there was somebody in the back with you?
He could have had another black guy in the back.
Were you on drugs? I mean, were you on drugs?
I maybe took my last 3 hydrocodone before he got to the car.
Yeah. Gene, you don't understand. He was so addicted to pills one time, he would go and shut his elbow into the car door.
Yeah, Mini Cooper can leave some pretty good damage.
And he would go and shut his arm in the car door so it would be
You
like...
just put your arm in the car door and shut it
as hard as
on
he could.
purpose.
Yeah, on my elbow.
So he could go to the emergency clinic and get
You ever
pain
thought
pills.
of joining the circus, being a sideshow?
I am a clown.
He's a walking clown. So, Gene, needless to say, you're walking out with your 3 bag of donuts. The guy says...
You got a lot of donuts, buddy.
Got a lot of donuts, buddy. You say, hey, do you know your light's rude? He
I
goes,
said, yeah, that's rude, sticking that light in someone's eyes. And he goes, yeah.
yeah. And then at that point, that's just a palm.
No, at that point, he cocks his head down to get the light in my eye.
Oh.
You know what I'm saying? Because he's a little taller than me.
Right.
So he wants to say, yeah, buddy, get you some more light.
Kind of like, and when a tall dude comes down to a shorter dude, like we're not short people, we're normal height, but obviously like if Lummy would come down to our face level, that's the ultimate show of disrespect.
Right.
They're
he
challenging
knew what he was doing. He was challenging me.
But he's also putting his face in a good area to uppercut him.
Yeah, right.
Right, and he could have took a good uppercut, but he'd have been knocked out, bleeding,
And the cops come.
and the dot head behind the counter would have called the cops.
Gene, that's called an Indian person.
I mean, the Indian guy was, he was
By the way, Gene
already
Lasker,
nervous.
we need to get Macho Man. We need to probably come up with some type of AI positioning statement saying Gene Lasker's racial outbursts are no way.
That's not racial.
So, wait, did he
it's
have
kinda.
feathers? Was it feather Indian?
Or dot.
Yeah.
It was not Indian.
Yeah,
Not like TP Howe.
But he didn't have, he didn't
No,
have
he wasn't a John
feathers.
Wayne friend.
Wasn't Chief Seminole.
Yeah. So anyway,
Whatever.
His family's not getting residual checks from Seminole Hard Rock.
No.
Right. So you palm his light.
So I pushed it into his head and scooted it up too, so I can adjust it for him.
Right. And then what happens?
Well, then he backs up. He backs up.
And then these guys are
why
real.
you got to be that way? Why you got to be that way? And
These
so
guys
I'm
are
waiting
real-
for him to swing on me, so because now I'm going to have to fight.
Well, then you have to drop your donuts too.
Well, the donuts were sitting right there. I turned to the right with my right hand and put the donuts on the counter.
Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, so you're
you did
inside
this
the
in
store.
Yeah, I was getting the donuts out of the damn box.
Right. Okay.
And he walked in. He was outside first. Then he followed me in.
Oh, trying to probably get a free donut because it's
Trying to get light in my eye.
So anyway,
This is a guy that hangs out there every morning and like cleans up for him so he can get some free stuff from 7-Eleven.
Oh, that's it.
So
He's
he
got a
thi-
bunch of
yeah.
silver jewelry on.
Yeah.
yeah.
Should we
So
bring
how-
him over here and kick his ass?
So how did it end up? How did it end up, Gene?
He just whining.
Just like why'd you do that?
Yeah.
And you just went to your 450 and
I just paid and got out of there.
But
yeah.
you rearranged his headlight?
I rearranged the headlight.
I guarantee you,
and he
Gene,
didn't move it back down at me. He left it up there.
Yeah. I guarantee you, Gene, that next Friday when you come, or whatever Friday it is, that when you encounter
leave me
that guy,
alone.
he'll be like, "That's the crazy
Gene,
dude that palmed head me."
Gene, I'm a bitch. So if there's this, say this happens to me and this guy gets in my face and starts challenging me about how many donuts I'm getting, can I handle this the same way you did? Or
Yeah.
is that the way things need to be handled? Or should
As a man, yeah.
or should I avoid the confrontation?
I don't know. It
didn't do
probably
it again.
could be handled a better way.
Gene, how could
But
you?
God made me who I am, and
God made you how you are.
Yeah,
Not
and,
who you are.
it ain't easy being Gene Lasker because I don't put up with that. I can't go home and look myself in the mirror and remind
And know
myself
that
that
you
I
just
got punked
you
out
got
by an
bitched out
idiot.
by a guy with a light on.
You know,
I do that every day.
And here's the deal.
can't.
And here's the deal, Gene. You're made a certain way where if that guy would have been a 15-time black belt, you would have got an ass whipping.
I'd have took it.
But
he'd have got hit too.
Right. What I'm saying is, you just can't let that go.
I can't
So
let it
that's a confrontation, regardless of how tough or untough the dude is.
I'd rather look in the mirror and say, "Man, you should have let that go. Look at that black eye you got." Then I let it go, and I didn't get a black eye, and he got away with that.
You'd rather have a black eye knowing you did something than knowing that you didn't do anything and you got that on your conscience all day that you pussed out.
Yeah, I'm just and I'm helping society.
See, here's the
this
thing.
idiot's going to probably not do it again.
See, I don't even know that Lummy would I don't think Lummy would even be as aggressive as you, Gene. You're very aggressive.
No, probably not.
Yeah.
Do you want me to go teach him a lesson for you, Gene?
No, I already think I did.
Yeah, I think
Maybe he needs another lesson.
You should have thrown that helmet on the ground.
You mean a follow-up?
Follow lesson?
Yeah, he needs another correction.
You know, he probably is gone. He's probably did his.
I have my own headlamp.
His old cleanup duties, and he's probably.
Where do you think he is, Bubba? I mean, I don't think these guys have a whole lot to do. I think they hang
They
out.
usually
in the
go
same
around to
area.
the next like the Shell station, and then
Is it a whole
usually-
racket?
Yeah, they keep popping to different gas stations depending on when different.
And what
people
will they
go
do?
to-
Like sweep the front and like pick up the cigarette butts?
Yep, and try to take the cigarette butts for themselves to smoke.
No, do they look at the cigarette butts and see how much
Oh, yeah.
real
Yeah.
estate's left on it?
Yeah, they do. And then they collect them.
on the
see,
end.
everybody who smokes cigarettes, I think there's like I don't smoke cigarettes, but I think if you do, you let it go down to. You're pretty consistent on how far you smoke it down, right? And some people smoke it down all the way down to the filter, and other people smoke it down to like maybe a quarter filter left. I think they're looking for those quarter filters, aren't they, Lummy?
Yeah, they are.
It's got a little bit of still real estate on it.
Yes.
I would recycle my dip sometimes when I used to dip a lot.
What?
Yeah, I would. I'd have an empty can, and like say maybe I didn't have the dip in for that long. I'd put it in the empty can, put it up on the dash.
And let it dry out?
Yeah, let it dry out a little bit,
And
throw
then
it back in.
and then
Because you were poor?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, my.
Well, listen, not that he was poor, but he was a degenerate,
Yeah.
and he's a good friend of the show. But it's in his book.
Wait,
No, hold on. I'm
what-
going somewhere with. Listen to this. So Brett Favre was so addicted to pain pills before he went to rehab. And Lummy, this is in his book, and I
Yes.
would never bring it up to him. But he would take too many Vicodin, and it would upset his stomach, so he would puke them up. And then he would pick it out of. He would pick, like if you eat a pill and within like 3 or 4 or 5 minutes, you already get sick and puke it up. Those pills haven't really had an opportunity to start breaking down.
Still good.
And so they'll still be whole pills. Brett Favre used to pick the pills out of his puke, rinse them off, and then have it re-up.
I've done that before.
Oh, you have? You have, Gene?
Yeah, but not Vicodins. They were just pills I was taking, man. I gagged on them.
Oh, but they're like some
And
kind
then I
of.
ran to the sink because that was the closest thing to me, and I puked, and I could see my pills were still in there.
Intact.
Yeah, so I rinsed them off and did them again.
That's why sometimes I would do the whole stuffing gimmick.
Hello, who's this? 813.
Hey, Todd, it's Charlie.
81. Oh,
Yeah,
no.
put it on there.
Yeah. Charlie, let's just get something straight. You're never going to be on my show, ever.
He's on it right now.
No, this is just because I'm telling him this.
Should you let Gene loose on him, Bubba, or no?
Gene doesn't know enough background on Charlie. Charlie's a hater, Gene. He just listens to the show to hate and try to just pick us apart and be a dick. I offered Charlie an opportunity to be on the air, and him and I go, point counterpoint. but I told him not to call me back until the day that we were supposed to do it. And sure enough,
He don't know how to listen.
The first available day, he calls. That he's not supposed to call, he starts screwing with me. So I'm like, I'm done with you, Charlie. So this message is to you, Charlie. Don't call, because you're never going to be on the air. And if you bamboozled me enough and I figure out it's you, I'm just going to hang up on you. So there's no hope in sight, buddy. There's no hope in sight, including not even giving you a rebuttal to this conversation.
How's it feel to want?
Like, you just had to sit there and take it, Charlie. I didn't even let you get a word in. After you said, hey, Clem, it's Charlie, I'm out. Like, at that point, if you started yapping your face, I just would have potted you down and hung up on you. Charlie, there's no hope you're ever going to get on the air. You're just an absolute hater, troll, and I got a lot of that in my life, and I don't need it from you. I'm like J-Lo. Did you see, Lummy, where J-Lo is announcing she's making a comeback for 2025?
Oh, yeah, she's going to try.
I'm going to make you know what? I'm making that announcement right now. I don't know what my comeback consists of.
Oh, it's going to be big.
But I think it is going to be big. I think it's going to be real big. Gene, remember that thing I showed you a while back? I think it's going to be. I don't know if it's going to be real big, but I think it's going to be big enough to maybe call it a comeback a little bit.
Pretty damn big.
And even if it isn't a comeback within the industry or with what, you know what? It's a comeback in my head.
That's all that matters.
And how I feel about myself, how I feel about the show, how I feel society may judge me, how I roll around. In my, you know what? In my head, I'm announcing a comeback for 2025.
Better than having copy mop on your back.
Well, why would I have copy mop on my back?
What is he saying?
What is?
Well, it's you're talking about comebacks.
Oh my! Usually,
did you read
Tuttle,
the babyface?
I mean, did you read the Babyface School of Zingers?
Hey, you popped on some of them yesterday. I'm trying to mix it up here a little bit.
Yeah, stop trying to be cool in front of Gene, Bubba. Laugh at Tuttle Zingers.
I mean,
he had a stuffing gimmick.
You very rarely have a really zookeeper zinger. You're usually
You missed his edgy one before, Bubba.
Well, which one was it?
The stuffing one.
He said that that's why he stuffs and he doesn't swallow pills at all.
I don't even know what that means.
I mean, you put him. You sit on.
It's like a suppository.
Like Steve. We call
Stevie Nicks.
We call it Stevie Nicks. Is that why you Stevie Nicks your stuff?
Yeah, sometimes stomach gets upset.
And that works?
Yeah, it does.
Actually,
it's
Gene,
better.
Rectally, your body absorbs anything quicker to the bloodstream rectally. And I got to make sure I say.
Why does it don't absorb the poop in your body then?
Well,
because that's going out.
It's waste.
That's what it's made. It
sits there for a while though.
No, it doesn't sit on your rectum. It sits in your colon, and your rectum's just the shutoff valve. You know what I'm saying?
So the pill never just gets right to the rectum and it stays right there,
and it just really quickly absorbs. You don't really, you don't jam it.
Don't pop out.
You don't. You just get it right, so it's just barely, just right over it.
It also absorbs AIDS really well.
Yeah, I mean, that can go sideways on you. If you're dabbling in some stuff that you shouldn't be dabbling in, like AIDS type related stuff. I think your rectum can absorb that quickly too. So
Grabo's stuffed ecstasy. He used to talk about all the time.
Oh, I've done that before.
You've Stevie Nicksed You know what? I'm going to be honest with you. I've never Stevie Nicksed anything.
Good.
I mean, my mouth and my digestive tract seems to be good enough for me.
You've had the thermometer and
not too many times. Only as a kid.
And your mom did it?
Yeah,
mine did too.
My mom would do it, and even as a kid, you kind of felt violated.
Exactly.
I had a big hemorrhoid one time, and I had to stick the suppositories. But I had a heck of a time doing it.
Yeah, it's just not a normal motion, because at that point you got to kind of like kick your legs out over the toilet or over like a bench.
It's like as big as my end of my thumb.
Oh, that's a polyp. Was it a polyp or a hemorrhoid?
A hemorrhoid.
Some of those times, Gene, when you go to the doctor, they'll just push him back in.
Yeah. Well, he didn't push nothing. I went to the doctor because I couldn't hardly walk, and I had to go to work. So. And, first thing out of his mouth was, do you have sexual encounters with men?
And so, did that guy get palm faced?
So but I just walked out of there. I said, man, we are not, because he kind of looked weird anyway. And so I got out of there.
Hold on. So you're saying that you filled out the paperwork, you sat in the waiting room, and then you waited all that time. You finally get in there.
The first thing out of his mouth
the doctor asked.
Are you queer? I mean, you gay? Or whatever.
You guy would go back.
So I just took duct tape and duct taped the cheek of my butt up high so I could work.
Hold on.
You can rubber band them.
Well, yeah, you can rubber band them, and they'll fall. Won't they fall off?
Yeah.
Or they'll like.
Yeah.
So, Gene, you go to the doctor, and his first question is if you've had any encounters with men, which really isn't out of bounds. He's just trying to figure out how all the trauma got there.
I know, but I said no, and he looked at me like he didn't believe me.
Oh, and so you left.
You know what I'm saying?
So did you go to a different clinic?
No, I went to work.
And then you just rigged it up.
I just rigged it up so that my cheek and my butt wouldn't rub that hemorrhoid and mess me up.
Oh, so you duct taped your cheek so it wasn't
up around my waist,
so it wasn't like frictioning on that
wouldn't
hemorrhoid.
Touch it. Yeah,
so
it finally went away.
It was spread the whole day.
Yeah. Is that when you were working as a car mechanic?
Yeah. So I leaned over I was leaning over, put motor in anyway, so it wasn't so bad leaning over.
Would have been bad if you would have been underneath on a creeper all day.
Iron workers get hemorrhoids a lot too. sitting on beams.
Now, Seth, we have your brakes taken care of, but
Thank you, sir.
Lasker is an unbelievable mechanic. In fact, at one time, Lasker had such a racket, not a racket, just such a successful business that he had a building where one side was a powder coating place. Well, his very first powder coating place. He had it was called Lasker Powder Coating off is it Anderson Road?
Yeah.
Off of Anderson Road. Limeball Road. And half of the building, or 3/4 of the building, was powder coat, and the other quarter was an automotive shop. And so he would, and I think wasn't it always really hard to find a good mechanic?
Yeah, but I always had one.
Yeah. And so Gene would go back and forth. Sometimes he'd go over and help the mechanic, like if he had a real big, like a transmission job or, a real big job, or he'd go over and help Vanilla. Whatever happened to Nilla?
He got married. He's got 3 babies, Mexican babies.
Hold on. He does. We need to have Nilla podcast one day. Listen, out of all the guys that ever worked for you, he might have been one of the best, don't you think? But didn't he get on pills?
Yeah, he got on pills because the girl brought a 4-wheeler in to powder coat and completely running 4-wheeler. I said, listen, you got to take the thing apart. Well, I'll pay. I got my daddy's credit card, and will you guys take it apart? I said, yeah, for a couple $1,000s, and she said, okay.
So hold on. This girl comes in.
Yeah, a college girl,
and she wants her
4-wheeler
completely powder coated.
Yeah.
Frame, wheels, handlebars,
A-frames.
Anything that's metal.
Right.
So you say to her, you're going to have to pay for this.
Yeah, I tell her, it's about around $750 for all the pieces that you want on that 4-wheeler.
And then the
bring
assembly.
the pieces, and she goes, I'm not bringing no pieces. I'm going to leave the 4-wheeler. I want to put back together. I just want to.
She didn't want to do any work.
Nothing.
Most guys that come and get powder coating to you, they bring it to you in pieces.
All guys. Everybody does. I don't take nothing apart.
And you don't disassemble nothing.
No.
And so you're like, okay, if I'm going to disassemble it, I'm going to charge you top dollar.
I told her $2,000.
All right.
To take it apart.
All right. Now, is this the gal that he ends up getting involved with?
No.
Well, how does that lead to his pill addiction?
Because she left the 4-wheeler, gave us money on the credit card, left the 4-wheeler. I left to go home, and he's staying late working, and they start driving the 4-wheeler.
Right.
He hits the dumpster with the 4-wheeler, breaks his wrist.
Oh, man.
He don't tell me he broke his wrist. He hides that for like 4 or 5 days.
How bad did he mess up the 4-wheeler?
I bet the handlebar, bet the A-frame, got the wheel. And
did he have to tell you that?
Well, he had to tell me that because it's sitting right there up front. So he tells me, hey, man, you take it right out of my pay.
So you roll on work and you see a junked 4-wheeler.
No, I got to work and they said, hey, man, I was riding a 4-wheeler and I hit the dumpster and I hurt the 4-wheeler, but I'll pay for it, whatever it takes. So I told him, I said, listen, you don't have to pay for nothing, but you're taking it all the way apart and you're putting it all the way back together. And I'll buy the 2 or 3 parts that needs to be because I'm going to make a lot of money off that job.
Yeah. So you're good.
Now I don't have to pay nobody to do it. Now
you're for free. Now you're getting it disassembled for free.
Right.
You got the $2,000 on the front side and $300 or $400 it takes to fix the parts.
But he don't tell me he's hurt.
Right.
So he starts eating pain pills to make it on work and eating them Loco 7s or something.
Four Locos.
Loco 7s.
But he's drinking them big old things.
Seth, you need to come out with a new energy drink called Loco 7s. Which are, almost double this. Just
it's pretty much cocaine.
Right, exactly.
So he's drinking them and eating them pills.
Loco 7s with a Vicodin kicker.
Man.
I noticed his hand something was wrong. So I walked up and I backhanded his hand while I was walking by. Man, he dropped to his knees. And I go, what is with your hand? I think I broke my wrist. How? On that 4-wheeler? A week ago? Yeah. What? So I took him to the hospital, and he had 4 bones broken in there.
Got more pain pills.
He got more pain pills. He got hooked on them.
How was D-Ball?
By the way, I just got Lasker's text at 5:43. It says, let me in.
Was D-Ball a good employee?
No. Well, D-Ball was a pretty good employee, wasn't he? Gene?
I don't know.
I thought he
employee for me?
Yeah.
I don't remember him working for me.
All right.
I thought
So
he did
anyway,
come.
so Nilla gets on
Can
the.
I just say that was a really good story about how he got hooked on the pills coming in with like the college girl bringing the 4-wheeler in?
Yeah.
Like I thought that was really good.
So then hold on.
Sorry, I liked it.
Yeah, let's stay on that. So he gets hooked on the pain pills.
Yeah.
And so how much longer does he work for you hooked on the pain pills? Because once you get hooked on the pain pills, you turn into a real degenerate.
Probably like 6 months.
You turn into a real degenerate trying to always score some pills, right?
Yeah, but I would notice, we had drywall wall, and we'd roll the racks in, and sometimes the rack would turn too quickly and brush the wall and kind of tear up the drywall, about within, probably about 9 inches from the floor. So you'd have them bad spots, and I knew it. There's nothing they could do about it. But try not to touch them. And try not to hit the wall.
Try not to make it worse.
Next thing I know, I got bigger holes and bigger holes. And I said, what's happening with the wall there? Oh, man. I when I pushed the rack in, I pushed with my foot and I knocked holes in it. No, he knocked holes in it so you can hide them locos and put them inside the wall. And
so
liquor.
hold on. You're saying he would knock holes in the bottom?
Yeah, because, see, I was the guy who jumped the trash most of the time. So I would see what was in my trash.
And the refrigerator.
Yeah.
So you knew the employee refrigerator and the trash.
He hid that from me.
That's an amateur alcoholic.
Mm-hmm. And then so he would ditch the old can or a bottle of vodka or whatever he was drinking.
Now, is he still working at a pretty high rate?
I think he's doing pretty good. He's working for a fence company. And
No. While he's with you.
He's working plenty fine.
Yeah, plenty fine. Say it, plenty fine.
But he was spending more hours doing as much work as he did before at less hours, but that didn't. When I started realizing that and started paying attention to him, that's when we realized. I mean, he'd be standing up, and I'd look over, he'd be sleeping,
leaning.
I mean, his head just bobbling down, his eyes are closed, and pop his eyes back open.
And I know you go over there and just probably slap the ever-living crap out of him.
Yeah. So then
you're not one to wake up an addict comfortably. I'm thinking that he may have gotten palmed faced like the guy at the 7-Eleven. Yeah.
Did you get him help?
We tried to get him a little bit of help, but he wasn't having it, and so
did you fire him?
Yeah.
When you fire a guy, how do you fire a guy? I mean, what's a nice Gene Lasker firing and what's a adversarial one?
You got to go. Best bet is don't look back.
You do what now?
I said you got to go, man. It's over. We're done. Don't turn around and look back.
And so what if a guy goes, "What about my last paycheck?"
Oh, I pay. From when I fire you, I hand you the cash.
Oh, you got to. Okay, there you go. There you go. That's
there's no waiting.
Tuttle, as many times as you've been fired, that's pretty damn cool.
Yeah, wait 2 or 3 weeks.
Guy rolls up and has $600 in his hand. Like, here, we're settled up. We're out of here.
You're out of here.
When you say don't look back, is that advice or a threat?
Yeah, that's advice.
Okay.
Well, it's kind of thready too, though.
It is threatening.
I mean, is that kind of like, don't come over here and cause me no problems?
Well, I don't want you to turn around and say, well, you was an asshole anyway, and you're this and you're that. Don't. It's not this and not the time to do that.
Right.
You had plenty of time before while I was paying you to do that. Now we're done.
Right.
Don't do it now.
We're done. What's the worst one ever? The worst guy that really got lippy with you, and you almost had to bring out some of your outlaw situations.
I don't think I ever had one.
How about Rusty? Was Rusty okay when you got rid of him?
Yeah.
Rusty was the original OG.
Yeah, he was,
And he got hooked up on drugs.
And he's still on crack.
Yeah.
But he only does crack on Saturdays.
Hold on now. So Rusty, your original helper.
Yep.
He's like employee number 1.
Yep.
He's your first guy you ever helped when you first had your automotive shop and you were doing it out of your house.
Yep.
And you had this little efficiency apartment outside the shop that
I rented it to him.
You rented it to him.
He worked the shop every day.
And when he wasn't initially on drugs, when he was a hell of a worker.
Yep.
Wouldn't he?
Yep.
And he would take a knife. We would go to the track, and this is when I was driving against Gene, and Rusty was kind of this guy. He kind of looked like the goggled-up guy from the Trailer Park Boys.
Oh, Bubbles.
He kind of looked like Bubbles a little bit, but he was like what they call R strong, if you know.
Yeah.
He was borderline, probably, a slow adult.
It's like Sling Blade.
And he had Gene's back like you wouldn't believe. Gene could literally sick him on anybody, and everybody in the pits that drove against Gene knew, listen, Gene may not come over and beat you up, but he'll send his goon Rusty over there with real thick glasses, and he literally does not care. He will throw a shock upside your head.
Yeah.
Like if Gene tells him, "Go, hey, let me tell you something, Rusty. See that fat guy over there in the 98? I want you to go over there and take this Pro Shock and smash him in the face with it.
Ooh.
And don't come back until he's in an ambulance."
Problem was he would do that.
Yeah, like you couldn't even. You couldn't even you couldn't.
You might
even,
want to embellish it with the shock, saying, "I'd like to hit him in the face with a shock."
You couldn't even.
I really wouldn't hit the guy in the face with the shock because nobody deserves it.
Yeah, you were just.
But he would do that.
He would hear
because you mentioned it.
Rusty would only hear hit guy in face with shock.
With shock.
And he would go over there many a times when I was driving for Kenny Mulligan, and here comes Rusty, and then Sport Allen would be like, "Oh God, here comes Lasker's goon," and Kenny Mulligan would have to go over there and meet him halfway and talk Rusty down because Sport put a slider on Gene, for the heat win, and then.
Did you ever have to worry about Gene's goon?
Yes. I did.
Yes, he did.
And you know when he gets you? Sometimes when you were strapped in your car and you're getting ready to push out, and there's like maybe 5 to 8 minutes, you got to sit there and you can't. When you're strapped in your sprint car, you got to understand you have your arm restraints on, so your arms don't fly, so you can't do anything. Your arms only move about 12 inches.
So you're in a rack then, basically.
Yeah. So Rusty would come in, throw gas on you. Or slap you right upside the helmet, and when you get slapped in the helmet, it rings. It's like a minor concussion. Or he'd come out and
wasp spray.
Or he'd come out with 2 half-inch wrenches and act like he was taking like a turn and a half across your front off.
He'd make like he's working on your car.
Yeah, for real.
And so you're inside the car thinking he just loosened up my front end.
He just took a round and a half out my left rear. Like you're like. He wouldn't be. He'd just be tapping the wrenches against the stops, but you can't see it because you have your neck restraint on. So all you hear him is tapping the back of your car with wrenches.
Can we go back? Him throwing gas on you, was that a threat of lighting you on fire?
Yes. Yes.
Damn it.
He'd have a cup full of he would have a cup, a red Solo cup full of iced tea or whatever, but he'd put gas in it and come up to your car and put it right on your leg.
Better be quick with that. That gas going melt right through the cup.
Yeah, I mean, that's the kind of Lasker's. I got to go to words.
This guy only does crack once a day or once a week?
I mean, that sounds like you.
Yeah.
I mean, that sounds like
he gets
really,
his paycheck on Friday. He pays his bills, and then you go buy the rest of it in crack, and then be high for 2 days or 3 days.
Responsible crackhead.
And then go back to work.
He's a functioning crackhead.
And he's been doing it for what, 30 years?
Skinny guy? No.
No, I don't know how.
30 years ago he was doing it, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Damn.
And he's still doing it. I talked to him the other day.
You did?
Yeah.
Only on the weekends?
Only on Saturdays.
Very impressive.
Wow.
Yeah, Rusty.
And his wife thought that she's proud of that.
You can't do crack on the day of God.
Saturday's not the day of God.
He only does it on Saturday.
He only does it on Saturdays.
Took Sunday off.
Oh, Sunday's the day of God.
Yes,
yeah,
it is.
That's why I said.
There was a story I was going to come back with, and I cannot remember. It was a Rusty story. I can't remember what it was, but I'm running late. I got to go to words. Anyway, J-Lo is planning a comeback for 2025. Wants to show the world that her crummy love life didn't get her down. Hasn't she been married 4, maybe 5 times?
Twice
to Affleck.
Yes.
Once to P. Diddy.
A-Rod.
Once to A-Rod, and then once, wasn't it to Nick?
Well, no, there was like 2 guys.
Nick Cannon.
A-Rod she was just engaged to, but she was like, one was a dancer.
One of her backup
dancers, yeah.
And
so
was like
P. Diddy was her husband too?
Yeah.
Yeah, she was married to P. Diddy.
Oh.
Because I seen somewhere where she mentioned she had sex with him for 3 days in a row.
Yeah, I mean, that's what, hold on, Gene.
Stopped.
That's what what they call freak offs that he's in trouble for. That's the premise. That's the template of what he's in trouble for, is he would get not these huge A-list celebrities, and they would have these 2 and 3 day freak offs using drugs, and they would fly in chicks, GHB, all this kind of deal. And I mean, this thing seems to be getting, every day I open up, whatever I use for a news source, and there's another 4, 5, 6, 8 allegations. Yesterday, wasn't there a 16-year-old boy that has come front now?
Yeah.
There's a 16-year-old boy, and the attorney, what is it, Seth Busby?
Yes.
Busby is now, I think, given a deadline for all the celebrities that were involved to make contact with him to try to settle yourself out before he makes his final lawsuit civilly. So I bet you his phone's ringing off the hook. This is only just started to get exciting. This is going to end up being the largest sexual scandal in the history of our world.
Bigger than Epstein?
Oh, Epstein didn't. Yeah, I think so.
What about Harvey Weinstein's deal?
Listen, you weren't here when we talked about Weinstein's was just a casting couch deal.
Yeah.
Weinstein was, I get some chick, she's a fresh-faced 22-year-old.
I flash her.
I show her my dong. I didn't tell her, hey, if you want to be in this new movie with Julia Roberts and Sean Penn as a backup kind of deal to get yourself to wet your beak in Hollywood and get yourself into the movie business, you need to come over here and take care of Big Papa.
So a couple more of these will get you out of the top 3.
Are you talking about me?
Yeah.
If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
Holy shit!
What's that?
It's Florida's largest pumpkin arrives today.
It's a gourd.
Back in the day, Kevin Hazlett.
His pumpkin giveaway was huge.
But he would rent. From this company, and they take these pumpkins on tour. So they charge them if you have a big fucking pumpkin deal, they'll charge you $2,000
for an appearance fee.
Yeah, not even to own it.
So it's an appearance.
They bring it on a flatbed. They bring it on a flatbed truck with some hay presentation, and then they take it home.
They like to make those gantry catapults, and actually,
and the more that they grow,
yeah,
they have 50 in rotation, so they can do 50 parties.
Oh, it's like you got a whole stable of pumpkins.
And then I think they got some kind of preservation deal where because after a while it'll die.
Oh, they probably seal it, wax it, and all that stuff on the outside. Yeah. Keep it cool. Do you need anything, Bubba?
No, I'm good, buddy.
Okay.
Make sure Lasker's good.
Lasker, are you good, Mr. Lasker?
I'm great.
Mr. Lasker. So we got that one, and then I got that, and then I got that. Gene, would you ever get on one of these fucking fan mobiles? Hold on. One of these things that's a glider with a fan on the back. Would you ever do that?
I doubt it. No.
I don't think. I think as you get older, as you get older and have a family, that your daredevilness is kind of going down.
Oh, no. It's gone down way down. I mean, I don't even hardly ride wheelies on my dresser no more.
But by the way, you're one of the best wheelie guys ever. What made you such a good wheelie guy?
I don't know. I just practice it on dirt, practice. Got good balance. But I don't do wheelies hardly no more. Even on my four-wheelers, I show up a little bit in front of the grandbabies, do a couple little wheelies. But I don't.
We got to talk about wheelies, because I have never been a fucking wheelie dude ever. Growing up as a kid, fucking you have these little skinny fucks. They pull their bikes back and they can wheel like you probably.
Yeah.
But is there a sense of just knowing?
Yeah, it's a balance act. Just balance. Everything moves to your head.
Right.
If you lean to the right, your bike goes to the right.
Well, in wrestling, they say your body follows your head. So if you're fucking giving a guy a half Nelson and you're taking him left, his body's going to go left. So it's same thing with wheelies, I guess.
Same thing with wheelies. when you wheelie in and your bike starts to go to the right, you just got to turn to the left, and then you'll go that way because you're structured that way.
You guys busy this week?
Yeah, I'm busy this week. I'm busy forever from here on in, probably. I got work until February.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I'm hooked up with Duke Energy and Tico now. So, like, it's just unbelievable what they order.
What do they have in powder coat?
You good?
They're
Any of the brackets or the light poles that are on top of the light poles and the transformer brackets that hold the transformers or the green boxes on the corners.
Those things.
All that.
well, and so
Sounds the same but means different.
Oh.
those green boxes, they must not. They get faded.
600 boxes at $250. $250 a piece for a third of them, and $400 a piece for the rest of them because they were big ones.
Man,
ain't the word for it. Bang.
We used to put that to our throats.
And then light poles, like that,
Will you
they look
play
like
the
a big
trust game
J. They sit on top of a pole for communities. I do a lot of them. We just got done doing 400 of those.
So Bubba's played the trust game with you, Seth?
Yeah.
He used to do that to me all the time. Kind of jealous.
That's America's favorite pastime.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabeto Studios.
Aquabeto.com, promo code BUBBA.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
today's lineup, myself, Lummy, Gene Lasker, Seth Tuttle. Just, making little subtle changes for the lineup to find the funniest, coolest, most digestible lineup. And I like this. And by the way, I loved yesterday's show.
Their cows are $20.
PayPal, Venmo, Cash App The Bubba Army. And I talked to Gene about a month ago about coming in on Fridays, and he was like, let me tell you something. I can make most Fridays, but don't be a dick if I have to cancel one or two. I'm like, okay, Gene, no big deal.
Gene, would you like to do a podcast with me? I think
Doubt that.
I think I mean, you can have top billing.
I would get away with it because Bubba's right over there.
It would be Lasker.
Probably wouldn't get away with it if me and you were stuck in a hole.
Lasker and the T-Man.
The T-Man.
No.
I think Gene almost needs me.
I'm not a podcaster.
We've talked about this a lot, and we feel like Bubba would be the only person.
Yeah,
that
I'm
could
the
really...
only one that can handle Gene. One, because I know
It'll be recorded.
I can be here to diffuse Gene real quick. I'm kind of Gene's handler. Even through our friendship when we raced together.
Yeah.
I would have to kind of be the one to defuse a Gene situation.
Make me normal.
What does that say?
Well, I mean, it says a lot. In fact, we would be at a track and like Lee Scrape or somebody like that maybe drove Gene a little rough, and I'm getting out of my car and Gene's already out of his car, and I asked the crew, "Where's Gene?" He took a pipe wrench down to Lee Scrape's pit.
Even if I won.
And I would have to go down there and say, "Gene, if you hit him in the head with a pipe, you're not going to start on the pole. We're going to get thrown out of here. Now, do you want to win $2,000, or do you want to get thrown out of here,
or $2,000 bail,
or you want to be in Jacksonville jail that we have no connections?" And let me tell you something. I ain't gonna hit him, but I swear to God, I'm putting him in the wall. Turn one, and you know what? First lap of the race, the white zero, which is what Lee Scrape drove, would be flipped. And
Lee Scrape was our good friend
until he died.
K-Dub, 25.
What a shame.
The man.
Were you good at getting payback on somebody without messing up your own car?
Yes.
He was
I'm a professional.
Here's what his move was.
Crash you guy.
This is what his move was. He would take, a right rear on a sprint car is about 107 to 109 inches around circumference. It's big. It's like this. It's as almost big as a drag tire. Well, that thing is where the majority of your you got posi traction on a sprint car. Both wheels are digging.
Solid axle.
Solid axle. So that big. So the smallest tire on your car is your front tires. They're these itty bitty little things compared to
10-inch wide.
10-inch wide. And Gene would go and put his right rear
up against it,
right against a guy's left front. It completely yanks the wheel out of your hand and tears out your front end.
Wow.
And
all your front end is hooked with aluminum radius rods.
And usually flips you.
Yeah, because when it rips the left front back, it turns you to the left, and then
I'm just telling you right now,
bottoms out the right front, and then it puts you on your head.
I'm going to bring up kind of a sensitive topic because he's a very good friend of ours, and I don't think he did anything wrong. But it's not a wonder in our illustrious sprint car racing career, where Gene, by the way, I won a championship driving for Gene.
Mm-hmm.
Gene's probably the winningest sprint car driver in Florida, and so, whatever. But it's not a wonder that Gene didn't have a Kevin Ward situation before Tony did.
I'd have hit that kid.
No, well, see, Gene, settle down. Settle down.
But I'd have got out and said, yeah, I hit him. You want to play?
Many a times when we were racing and Gene took out a guy, that guy would be on the track trying to throw his helmet at Gene, and Gene would drive right at him.
I chased him. Remember that dude that threw his helmet at me? I chased him.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is we're lucky that we didn't have one of those situations before Tony did. Because Gene, I can
You want to play chicken with less equipment, it's on you.
In fact, you love those odds, do you not?
Yeah.
Speaking of which, Gene, I think as much of a daredevil as you used to be, Gene is probably the best wheelie guy I've ever seen. And I was never a wheelie guy. Even growing up, I could never do probably because I was too fat, but I could never do a wheelie. Even when I had a little Yamaha 125 Enduro, and I was always afraid to get it. I was afraid my weight would catch up to me like a
pendulum.
No, you know how the guys that have tractor poles, you're going like hell until that weight just gets so far up, and then it just bogs you down. I was afraid that if I was ever going to do a wheelie on something motorized, that my weight would go past center and just flip me right on back. But,
no, you want to touch the brake a little bit.
Well, my dad never taught me how to do a wheelie, and I never. So Gene is the best wheelie guy. Gene could. I'm not telling.
I wheelie anything.
I'm not kidding you. Gene could drive a wheelie from here to the dollhouse.
Yeah, I wheelied the whole Frankenstein Bridge.
Yeah,
really?
It's Howard Franklin.
Yeah,
it's not the Franklinstein. Do you really think that's the Frankenstein Bridge? Is that what you call it?
Pretty much.
Right. It's Howard Franklin. So anyway, Gene, in your daredevil days, I don't think in today's world, having a wife and a kid, successful business, you don't have to be a daredevil. You only dabble in sprint cars now as a hobby, not full time. And I don't even know why.
I told you earlier, I hardly even wheelie anymore. I don't even. Sometimes I show up for the grandbabies at the house,
Look at watch Grandpa do a wheelie.
Yeah. And,
Lemmy, were you ever a wheelie guy, Lemmy?
Nope. I was just like you.
Seth, were you a wheelie guy?
Big time.
You were not.
Oh, are you kidding me? How do you not die when you do those things?
I don't know how he does it.
It's just good
Gene,
balance.
Gene,
I don't know.
Gene, if I did have like a little four-wheeler out here one day, could you do a wheelie for the boys?
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, we do have a new Gene Lasker disclaimer. Let's listen to it.
The views and opinions made by Gene Lasker are not necessarily those of our advertisers or this radio station. Now, let me tell you something. If you do not like Gene's opinions, you're probably just stupid.
You might want to put that on your answering machine at the powder coat.
Yeah, I will.
Right?
So
anyway, go ahead.
Is it possible to wheelie a Harley?
Oh, hell yeah.
I wheeled my Harley all the time. I was
Even
just
with
telling him.
a bagger?
Yep.
Yeah.
He can wheelie anything.
Yeah.
He can wheelie a sprint car until the tail tank starts rubbing. So anyway, I asked Gene and during the hot mic, I'm like, Gene, as much of a daredevil as you used to be, I don't think that you would, like back in the day, Lasker would get on anything. If it was bar stool, go-kart, four-wheeler, Harley, rice burner, late model, open wheel modified, mini sprint, 410 non-wing. Gene would just
dwarf
get in.
cars.
He didn't care. He'd get in there. And so I said, Gene, would you get on one of these things? And these fan gliders.
They're the paragliders, right?
What they used, to invade the music festival, in
Israel?
Yeah. That's what these things are. This guy's on one of these fan gliders, and the story is there's a dog on top of one of the Egyptian pyramids.
Yeah.
Now these Egyptian pyramids,
They're made out of brick, and you can step up them.
I know,
can climb them.
but they're 450 feet,
and it's steep.
And I think it probably is climbable, but. How does a dog? And you know what, Lummy? I'd like to adopt that dog because that's a badass dog.
He's going for a bird.
And there's a guy. Yeah, he's going for a bird. And then the bird greased him and said, "Bitch, I can go a lot higher than this."
That dog's a terrorist.
So this guy's on one of these hand glider, fan deals. And I asked Gene. I said, Gene, would you get on one of these? And he's like, let me tell you something. I don't think I would do that. And there's not a lot of things Gene wouldn't attempt. But anyway, here's the footage. And secondly, I mean, aren't the pyramids like a very sacred thing? And I wouldn't.
There's dead people in them, right?
Well, I think there are dead people in them.
It's usually a lot of pharaohs.
No, but
And also, nobody really knows how they got
What's
there.
a pharaoh?
yeah, here's the thing.
King.
It's in Egypt, obviously. The pyramids. There's 3 of them. Now, haven't they like mathematically and architecturally measured them, and they are absolutely like dead on perfect?
Yeah, the measure they match up to true north here on Earth. I think the measurements are like the same circumference of the equator. It's like some weird
There's like some real weird, like modern day architecture
that you couldn't have done.
Like,
Did they rule out humans building them?
Did they?
I feel like it's a human. There's no way humans could have done that.
I feel as if they've ruled in that slaves built them.
Oh yeah, it was a lot.
Yeah,
of
but they
it was
listened to someone who invented it. Slaves didn't invent it.
The slaves didn't. They didn't
They
draw
put
the
it
plans
together.
up.
And the slaves
They
were.
just
they told where to do
didn't
it.
they lose, Lummy, like 10,000 slaves building them?
Oh yeah, that's
because
why
they
the
make
Jewish
you.
people were always the slaves on it.
Thank you, Lummy.
Oh, so
The
it
Jews
was.
did build it. Yes.
that's why it's done so well. The Jews did it.
That's right.
I mean, the Jews do everything great.
The Great Pyramid contains the dimensions of Earth at almost 100%. It's at 99.9%.
And now, is there like from top to bottom on the pyramids? Are there floors up here, or is it hollow when you look up?
I think that's solid up there.
And then there's tunnels all throughout.
Now, I know that they go under. I know underground. There's a whole infrastructure underground, and in fact, I think they connect each other.
They got to be mostly solid, or they wouldn't be standing.
Yeah, and how old have they determined they are?
They were before God.
They've guessed. Here, listen to these other measurements. It's aligned to true north by 3/60th of 1 degree. That's how perfect it is. It also is the Great Pyramid is a scale model of Earth. So if you put the model, it would fit perfectly inside the Earth, a scale model of the Earth. So the measurements all work out.
I mean, some of the most.
It ain't round. It's not going to be scale model of the Earth.
So if you put it in there, all the corners
would touch the Earth edge.
Yeah, the edges.
So it fit in the circumference
of the
Earth.
Yeah, so the tip would hit the true north, and the corners would.
They just got lucky there.
Gene's the
knew
historian of the people.
Nobody knew that.
They just got lucky up there. Anyway, but I would think that the pyramids are highly protected, and that they wouldn't allow just every Tom, Dick, and Harry to take one of these hand glider fans.
Oh, you think they'd shoot you down?
Well, yeah, I would think.
What?
Yeah.
It's not like an airspace. It's the desert.
I know, but like, what if,
but
what if, like,
He can't knock it down.
Well, I mean,
what kind of damage could he do?
I'm just saying. You would think they'd be a little more protected than Johnny Fan Guy being able to roll right up on them.
Egyptians should have powder coated it.
Lasker. So anyway, this is not about the Fan Guy. It's not about the pyramids. It's about how a dog climbed.
Well, let's see what kind of dog it was.
It's like a mutt Labrador, kind of like a mutt lab. Here we go.
He's at the top.
Yeah, he's right there.
Wow, look at that.
He's right there. He's at the very tip top. That means talk about a badass dog
to climb that.
Yeah, and I guess he's
about a foot and a half thick brick.
And then here's my question: how do you get him down?
Well, who knows? He got up there.
He's got to follow that pathway. Good luck.
That's a dead dog walking.
Put a parachute on.
But doesn't he kind of look like a golden retriever, kind of like? Just
just a mud.
Gene,
looks like Seth.
Like, would you? No, looks like rat. Looks like rat. It's like skinny rat.
Did you know that the pyramids used to be like smooth with like limestone? Like the pyramids used to be white, and at the top where you see it's flat, there was a golden pyramid on top of that, like a cap.
I sent you the interior view of it.
Of what the pyramids look like.
Yeah, what they say, with all the passages and king chambers. And with fencing, $20.
What do you think happened? How do you think the pyramids got there?
I think, according to the Bible, the Jewish were enslaved and built the pyramids.
All right, here we go. Okay, so here's the entrance. Here's the entrance. And then there's descending passage down here. This must be like where they maybe, have some of the entombed kings and
no,
stuff
they
like
have their own chamber. Those are like usually
Diddy parties.
Yeah,
this is where the Diddy parties are. Gene, this is where the freak offs are.
Yeah,
Bubba,
they had them back in that day.
They would kill the kings or the pharaoh's slaves and mummify them.
Yeah,
so the slaves could go to the afterlife with them.
Which is usually where some of those like chambers would put them.
All right, so the queens of Egypt would then be in this area.
Yeah,
and then you go up a set of stairs. And then there's
it's all like their gold, their art, their food, all that kind of stuff.
Now, hold on. Gold, like real gold?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, why can't we go and get that?
Some people have tried, and
it's all in museums now too.
Plus, it's probably the country of Egypt, and they have the right to defend if you're going to come try to be like somebody trying to come get our gold out of Fort Knox or something like that.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
Weight relieving chambers. What does that mean? Let me, if you're too fat, they make you go there. Like
probably settling in the pyramid.
Yeah, that's true.
An air shaft, another air shaft, hidden entrance to a recently discovered chamber, and then Lummy, it looks like almost to the very top, there's a small hidden chamber up there. And so, did they build the pyramids just to be able to bury their
help them to the afterlife? The pharaohs.
Who? The slaves?
Yes.
No, yeah.
Well, the Egyptian people enslaved the Jews to build the pyramids, and then they did it for the pharaohs, the rulers.
Yeah, and they put all that other stuff for the afterlife. It's what they believed.
What about the Sphinx? They say Napoleon shot the Sphinx nose off.
Who was banging Cleopatra?
Wasn't Cleopatra such a slut that if you didn't,
yeah, she was.
But hold on, wasn't Cleopatra such a slut that if you didn't bang her proper, she'd have you killed?
Wasn't it Julius Caesar? She was.
I forget, but I always thought that Cleopatra was like super hot, and if you didn't bring the steam, she'd just have her boys or Gene Laskers kill you. Like if you were gonna blast Cleopatra, you had to really bring your A game. And if you didn't bring your A game, then it was a waste of her time, and she'd have you killed.
That might be a New Testament story I'm not familiar with.
Yeah, I'm not either. Is Cleopatra even in the Bible?
I don't think so.
No. Is Cleopatra is she
she's a real person?
And she was the queen of Egypt, or was she the queen of what? Well, who is Cleopatra? Let me ask.
She was the
queen of the Niles.
Queen of the Niles?
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
I think he is right.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah.
And she was hypersexual.
Oh, boy.
He was what?
Hypersexual.
Let me read what you got in front of you.
That means what? That she needed it?
That means she was a slut.
It said that.
Gene, that's what we can start from now on and start instead of disrespecting a girl and calling her a slut. Just say that she's hypersexual.
Hyper.
Hey, let me see that girl over there.
Oh, who? Yeah.
That real hot chick that every dude. She's hypersexual.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
She's a Cleopatra.
It said she would pick out hot slaves every day.
Hold on. What now?
It said she would pick out a different slave each day, and depending on how they would perform, whether they would live or die.
See, hold on. So I guess what I had heard was kind of right?
Yes.
So these slaves that are out doing slave type stuff for her, which is probably really hard manual labor.
How do guys even get wood under that pressure?
Well, I mean,
the way to go.
I guess she was.
Oh yeah, dude, look at her. You got wood.
Well, hold on. Here's the thing.
She was hot.
All the other bitches that were rolling around her area were just sea hags, but she had she was the most beautiful thing ever. Like she was the hot. She was a 12.
Yeah, her area was washed.
Oh, and she kicked it out wide for Julius Caesar.
She did?
While she was married to her brother.
Hold on. Cleopatra was married to her brother.
Yeah, I mean, it was a practice thing, kind of like Game of Thrones type deal.
I never watched Game of Thrones. I couldn't get by the language.
It's English.
It's not for you.
and the accent.
It's not.
I don't like I started to watch Pinky Blinders, and I couldn't get past I can't get past heavy Irish accents.
That's a Brummie accent, England. But
what's Game of Thrones?
Well, I'm learning High Valyrian. I'm trying to.
What's High Valyrian?
It's what the Targaryen dynasty spoke. It's how they speak to their dragons.
Can you give him a taste, Tuttle? You're not.
Gene, look at this nerd over here, and he's trying to learn a language to speak to dragons.
I can obey as Doharas.
That'll get you palm faced at the 7-Eleven if you say that to Gene. Bubba. Gene's picking up his donuts, and you go, "Hale hamamas." He's gonna give you a palm face.
Dracarys, Bubba, Dracarys.
All right.
Oh boy.
All right. So, whatever. Now is Game of Thrones? Is that I just got into Weeds about 2 months ago, and I'm in my 7th season. There's only 9 seasons.
Do you like nudity?
Yes.
Do you like a lot of banging?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, then you're gonna love Game of Thrones.
You like incest? You like incest, right, Bubba?
Well,
they got midgets.
I've never done it.
They got midgets.
Okay, I mean
they got one midget.
Oh, and they got this army. They're called the Unsullied, and when they're born, they get their genitalia cut off.
Wait, Gene, have you
I'm
seen
not
this?
into any of that.
Yeah,
have you seen it?
Gene, did you watch Game of Thrones?
Yeah, he did. He
watched the whole thing.
Gene,
oh man, I got thrown twice.
Now hold on, you got a throner. Hold on, Gene, did you like Game of Thrones?
Yes, it was very good.
And if you can understand it,
I understood it.
My mind is blown that Gene's seen this.
Gene's a throner.
Yeah.
You got to watch House of the Dragon.
Now hold on, how many seasons is Game of Thrones?
8.
8? Mm-hmm. How many episodes? 10?
10, and then the last 2 seasons go 8 to 6, I think.
Right, and Gene, would I like it?
Yeah, you'll like it.
All right.
Of course
it's a lot of violence, a lot of sex.
Gene, you think he could understand? I mean, you think he could comprehend what's happening, though?
Bubba can comprehend what's happening. Hell yeah!
I'm as smart as Gene.
Man, he's smarter than me. Come on.
I mean, I couldn't do a brake job like you, but I could.
I know you because when you told him not to run the calipers, that was real stupid.
Well, I mean,
the calipers are the main thing that'll keep you from dying.
No, but Gene,
they lock up.
Gene,
boom.
You know that that's where all the expense is. I'm trying to not kill the guy on the parts, and deep down he only has 75,000 miles on this thing. He needs rotor.
You got a metal puck that's aluminum.
I know how
cast iron case.
I know how caliper works.
Okay, so now the puck is way out because he ran them pads way in.
Right there, he's on metal.
Okay, so he's on metal. So that puck is past its limit. So now behind that puck is nothing but old black brake fluid, gummed up, sitting there.
What about the dust?
Now the dust is on the outside.
Okay,
that's from the pads. So now you're going to take that puck and squish it back in.
Right.
And it's going to hit that gook on that O-ring and roll it.
So at the end of the day, should a guy that really knew what he was doing change the brake fluid too?
Oh yeah.
Well, my guys at Rubber City, Caesar's place, they'll do that. I'm just paying for labor. and I'm getting supposedly.
Thank you, sir.
I'm supposed to be getting new rotors and pads, today from Napa Know How.
Yes.
So let me have you got a hold of Mike yet?
Yes, he's working on what time he can get them dropped off this morning.
But Gene, you know that rotors and pads are one price, but calipers, that's where you start getting into.
But if you take the pads and you go past your limit,
which he is,
you hurt the caliper.
Okay. But I think
the caliper busts loose and pops all that fluid out. It goes instantly to the floor. Oof.
Well, he's not there.
Now you better start thinking quickly.
Well, he's not there yet, buddy.
What do you do if it goes to the floor? In case I ever have that problem.
Start driving.
I mean,
get on the steering wheel and start steering because
you're
don't try to get into an exit somewhere
or a ditch.
Can I bleed off speed, rubbing it up against the wall?
Well, you can maybe start downshifting if you got an automatic. Start downshifting and
hit
then
the emergency brake.
And then, but that probably is not working. You know that, Gene. If your pedals to the floor, your emergency brake probably ain't gonna work.
Well, no, emergency brake is a cable adjusted situation. It's got nothing to do with the hydraulic fluid.
All right, so even if you have a foot operated,
all your fluid can leave as long as you push that emergency brake. That's cable adjusted
let's not
to the rear.
scare Seth. You're gonna have Seth terrified here. Okay, he's got brand new rotors and pads, and that's probably going to be good enough.
But if I hit the floor, I'm screwed.
But if it ain't. But if it does happen,
it ain't.
Okay.
It ain't gonna happen. Don't put that thought. Don't put that thought in his mind, Gene.
Okay.
But if it does, Gene,
a good mechanic would.
I'm just saying, Gene. He doesn't.
Good mechanic will put that in your mind so you know it.
He doesn't need calipers. And you know what? When Caesar's a mechanic gets to it, if he needs calipers, we'll get calipers. Will a good mechanic, once he tears it down, see that if he needs calipers or not?
A good mechanic would have told him he had to have calipers as soon as he seen that that pad was into the rotor.
I was told a lot. They told me for a while.
Meaning they've warned him.
They've warned me for a while.
Well, you need to crash
because he deserves it.
Right.
Yeah. 2 oil changes. I'm sorry. A set of tires ago, about 20,000 miles ago, I got him new tires, and he was told at that time he needed brakes. And he's like, I don't got the money.
We're all right. Okay.
Yeah. He's going to be okay.
It's not the best. You know what? Having brakes is great.
Get the oil done?
But when you lose the brakes at the right time, you better be a good driver.
Yeah. Well, he's not.
Okay.
And he 2 days ago told me that his oil light was on, and he ran it down so that I had to put 4 quarts.
Oh man.
I had to put
seriously.
Yeah. I had to put 4 quarts in it.
7-Eleven. You can get oil there. You can get oil anywhere.
Well, I also have Redline Racing Synthetic. All you do is ask me.
And get it for free?
Yeah. I put 4
And his lights on?
Yeah.
I'd have 4 or 5 quarts in my trunk.
I just felt like it was more like a light suggestion instead of like
a light.
Oh, a light.
Hold on.
What color is the light?
Your Ford's making a light suggestion that you need oil. Literally.
Usually the oil light's red.
When you get around to it, put some oil in it.
So I went down and I first thing I do is I checked the dipstick, and I mean it might have been 1/78th of an inch.
And black.
Well, no, it wasn't.
It wasn't burned up.
It kind of was.
Yeah.
But he's got 4.
It has to burn up because it's got none. You got no velocity left because you don't got enough in there.
I'm just telling you though, he's got 4 brand new quarts of Redline 530 synthetic race oil. So that probably might help some of the damage it may have done, right?
Is it bad to put brand new oil on top of old oil?
Not
like
really.
That?
Not really.
You're just gonna, dilute it.
It's not. It's not. And here's the biggest misconception:
It's better than no oil.
Living in Florida, you can even kind of cross viscosity a little bit. Like if your car calls for 530, you can put 1040 in it. In Florida,
I didn't know that.
In Florida, because we don't get cold enough for that to matter. Gene, am I right?
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't believe in all that velocity stuff to 550 or nothing. Yeah, I run straight 50.
Yeah, you run the straight 50.
Yeah.
In everything.
I got plenty of oil, good oil, thick oil.
Let me talk about
clutch.
Talk about just absolutely sports, clutch, rock star stuff. Cleveland, the Yankees, and the ALCS American League Championship Series. Is it tied?
It's
no, it's one. It's 1 to. Is it?
It's 2-0 right now. Before this game.
Yeah, it's 2-1.
So now it's 2-1.
Yes.
2 games to the Yankees, 1 to the Guardians. Is it best of 5?
No, 7.
Best of 7. In Cleveland.
Guardians is a baseball team?
Guardians used to be the Indians. The Cleveland Indians is who they used to be, and now you can't say that word.
You can't say Indian?
No, you cannot.
No, you cannot.
Gene,
really?
The views and opinions made by Gene Lasker are not necessarily...
I think we might need the racial slur uttered by Gene Lasker.
What do you call them then?
The Guardians.
The Guardians.
Yeah, but what do you call the dudes that started Thanksgiving?
Native Americans.
They're Native Americans.
They're Native Americans.
Yeah. What do you call the dudes that started Thanksgiving?
Pilgrims.
You call them Native Americans, Gene.
Okay.
Okay.
Kind of weird.
This team used to be the Cleveland Indians, and that's now considered a racial slur.
You know that you can't say Washington Redskins anymore either.
You can't say.
That's crazy.
But even though, here's the bad thing about that.
Well, I can see Redskins being a bad name.
Yeah, but hold on.
compared to, but not an
Hold
Indian.
on. Even Seth will tell you this. He saw the same story that I did. The family that the Washington Redskins, that guy on the side of their helmet, that dude,
for it, right?
That dude. By the way, Scouting Big Gulp said, big time Lasker fan, $50 in the PayPal. Thank you. So that dude, the dude that they used for the side of their helmet, their mascot, the guy, the person that picture depicted, his family said to the NFL, we don't have a problem with you having our great grandfather depicted as a Redskin on the Washington Redskins helmets. We are not offended by it.
But too many Cathys didn't.
Exactly. Too many Cathys didn't. So talk about clutch. You're down. You enter in. I think Rhett said that Cleveland entered into the top of the ninth.
5-3.
Was it the 10th?
No, they tied it in the ninth, so it went into extra innings.
So Cleveland down 5-3 going into the bottom of the ninth. They tied it. Then they played the top of the 10th. Yankees don't score anything. Now it's Cleveland's part of the 10th, bottom of the 10th. 2 outs.
Yep.
A guy on third. 2 outs. Really, a single wins it. Really, right?
Yeah, guy on third. Yep.
A single wins it, and this guy goes straight yard, straight walk off. Man, this is just like so awesome.
Winning run in Game 3. Fry.
And man, let me.
Did you hear that bat right now?
As soon as it comes off the bat, you can tell it's gone.
Yeah, you know it.
You see what the velocity, with the bat, the exit velocity. Yeah. What's a good exit velocity?
120, 130.
Yeah. Oh, they get that high?
Yeah, they do.
What does that big dude from the Judge dude? What's his?
140, 150.
What's the highest ever recorded?
That's a good question.
Well, I mean, it
depends on the bat, the pitch speed, but I'll look at it during a game.
College baseball has higher.
No, but they got aluminum.
Yeah, that's
I'm talking about off a wooden bat. What's the highest exit velocity?
I would say Judge, but
for this year. It looks like 120.
120. That's it.
Yeah.
Have to run the bases and not even like that run this right. Like let me if
he has to.
You got to touch.
Yeah, he's got to touch him.
Oh, in order to make the inning complete.
Yeah, because it would be an out.
That happened one time. Then the guy missed third, and then
players watching to make sure you're. I mean,
yeah.
You can.
So is the other team.
So's the other team.
Of a finish
I mean, that pitcher just served that up.
Letter high.
Was that probably a missed pitch from him?
Yeah, I mean, I just don't see. I mean, if you're going to throw a fastball high, you want it to be way higher to get him to chase it that.
You want it chest chin, right?
Yeah, because the ball's going to look bigger at that height, and you're going to go chasing something like that.
Hold on.
Oh, that looks like a changeup.
It's not a fastball.
Yeah, that's a changeup.
It's a changeup that got flat and went high. It was a 1-2 pitch.
Yeah, look
the dude's a hitter, man. That's all there's to it. I don't care where your ball went. He was going to hit it.
Look at this.
As we've seen, he knew it.
Look at that attitude.
Barreled it.
That's what Lasker would be doing.
Watched it.
He had to be sitting back on that pitch, too. If you
What's
look.
that?
He was sitting back. Like, he was guessing off speed
well,
there.
don't they say, Seth, that 80% of people that hit for any type of real hitting numbers, it's all about pitch anticipation. Like, nobody's good enough to be able to adjust from a curveball to a fastball to a changeup.
Yeah, and you got to look at different. Yeah, you're always guessing.
Yeah.
And then
I mean, if you think that there's you've already set yourself up for a fastball, and then a nice cutter comes in, you're not hitting it, right?
Well, you're going to be ahead of it if you're sitting on a fastball.
Off the deck.
I mean, so this guy probably was sitting for a change.
Yeah, that or a breaking or an off-speed pitch.
Pinch hit home run in the ninth.
Look at his weight's all on his back foot there. He was ready to.
Oh, he saw it. He knew it.
Yeah,
and it was what they call a cop shot.
Yeah, moon. Well,
yeah,
a what?
A penis shot. It's a baseball term. It's right where his penis is, and that's where it's a home run shot.
I've never heard of a penis shot.
Except me either.
It's not. I
don't know what, sir. I don't know what. No.
Where'd you play Little League?
Yeah,
it's a friendly word.
I don't know what.
It's way too high for that.
I don't know what baseball circles Lummy's traveling into here. Penis shot.
It's not penis shot. It's a C word shot.
Oh,
Look how high.
If everyone does not know what a C shot is, then they never played baseball.
I played until I was 15, Lummy, and I've watched it forever.
If it was Gene, if it comes down,
but it never got a chance to come down.
Exactly. But that's where you're swinging.
Right.
See where the glove is?
It's a Kizak shot?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what they call it.
Yeah, you're right.
I've also heard it called
the dude's a baseball player. He aimed for the ball and he got
their season tonight here in Cleveland.
I mean, when we had Aubrey Huff on back in the day, he said, I go, Aubrey, how hard is it? He goes, see-ball, hit ball.
See-ball, hit ball, exactly.
And he threw the sinker, Ronnie.
And then he called Baltimore a horse shit town, and he got
fined to adjust my contract.
And he got $50,000 fined and suspended for. So he went on. Aubrey Huff comes on my show when I'm on Sirius XM. He's in Baltimore. He hates it. We ask him. He had a song. Let me see if you can find Aubrey's song, and it was actually. Seth, have you ever heard Aubrey's song?
No, I just know a lot about Aubrey.
He actually had a country song that he recorded. Like a lot of these athletes want to, they have all this extra money, so they'll buy a recording session.
Sure.
And he went hardcore MAGA too there for a while.
I think he still is.
I think he was going on the beach yelling at people who were wearing masks, like when it first started.
And he was in our show. And he was talking about he had his little country song, and he was promoting, and we were having a good time. He was really good friends with Spice, and I was just like, I just asked him a simple question. I'm like, hey Aubrey, what do you really think about Baltimore? Because when you live where we live, and when you think about Baltimore, you think, right? I mean, Baltimore's a rough city. It really is, and he just spontaneously said, and this is while he was part of the Orioles, he's like, oh man, what a horse shit town.
He was a couple Miller Lights deep.
Yeah, he was a couple Miller Lights deep, and he got fined $50,000 and I think maybe suspended for a game.
Didn't he go to San Francisco not too long after that?
Well, then they traded him to San Fran, and then he ended up being like he kind of had a resurgence and ended up being pretty damn good
on a World Series
and helped them win the World Series. Had a couple clutch hits and ended up signing a 2-year, $20 million deal. And yeah. And let me remember he had the party thong or the rally thong.
Yes, he did.
He would wear this thong.
About the slider, didn't have the confidence with that.
Are you looking for the song?
Yeah, I'm trying to find it.
On third.
You do know he's going to get hit the first time he gets up in the next game.
So hold on. Is that how it goes?
He's not going to get hit in the playoffs.
No, you're not.
He had a game-winning home run.
You're trying to tell me. You're trying to tell me. And he didn't flip the bat.
That's an unwritten rule to stare down a home run like that.
He doesn't
get hit. He doesn't get hit.
That's like saying Jim
you don't even got to go to base because the third baseman guy's going to run in to win the game.
That's right.
He's not going to get hit. Tuttle.
No matter where he
You're
goes.
stuck in the 80s.
Who's going to hit him? A pitcher?
Yeah, pitcher.
Yeah, so
If it was
do it in
Bubba,
retaliation.
if it was game 1 through 162, he would probably get hit. But
yeah,
I'm
not
gonna
during.
I'm
listen,
gonna make a bet on it.
You want how much you want to bet on it? You want to bet your daily appearance fee?
Does he get hit next game or first?
No.
game.
You said.
I don't want to
hold
bet
on.
my whole.
Okay, hold on. You just be quiet. You said let's bet $5 on it.
I'll go 20.
No, let's just go 5.
Okay,
That's just that doesn't hurt either one of us.
Okay.
That's just
That he gets hit the next game, first ball.
First at bat.
Here's the bet. You're betting that the first time he appears and the next game they play,
yes,
he gets plunked.
Yeah, because he was looking at the ball.
And I'm telling you right now that he doesn't. So that's the bet.
It doesn't have to be the first pitch either, right?
No, it just has to be the first. It could be the fourth. It could be, he could foul off.
Is that going to be the
3.
same pitcher?
No, but
any pitcher. So that's an unwritten rule for pitchers. Anytime somebody shows off from slamming one in the, we hit that guy.
Yeah. Gene says he wants to play baseball because he loves that rule.
No, it's
hey, let me
it's
tell
like
you
an
something. If I
unwritten
get to hit a guy after he hit a homie, I'm going to be.
And it's part of the deal. You know, you got to take it because you looked up at the grandstand.
But that's 80s type deal. That's
the bat flip will also get you hit.
But if it's during the normal season, there's no way that they're gonna. Do
you want 5 on it, Lummy?
Yeah, I'll take 5 on it.
Okay. All right, now you got 10. Ask Seth if he wants to get in on the 5.
Anybody want 5 on it?
Seth likes to make $5. Seth, what do you think? You think he's going to get plunked? I don't.
I'm very unsure because I am with Tuttle. They still do have all these unwritten rules of baseball, but I feel like in a walk-off scenario, they're probably just going to let it slide.
So you're telling me that guy that night knew after all of it was over and done, he's going, damn it, man, I'm going to get hit with the ball the next time I go up on the bat.
Well, I mean, he's got to think of that. But I don't think that happens. I think that, like Lummy's right. If that's games 1 through 162, then maybe.
Okay, can you tell me what
hold on. Let me talk.
Okay.
Then maybe he gets hit. But when you're in the playoffs, and every pitcher that you have in the game is strategically been picked and placed, and every pitch means something. And you're in the ACL, AL, the American League, championship series. They're not going to waste because at that point, man, he's going to get the umpire is going to. There's no warnings. There's obviously been an action, and they only throw you out on a reaction to an action. Usually the first action is warning, and then the reaction is a throw out. So if he gets plunked. The pitcher's gone.
I see your point.
Lummy, he's gone.
You can make it look like it was not intentional.
No, listen, if you're at that level, 95% of the hits are called
on purpose.
Yes, these guys have so much control that very rarely. Now, maybe a Chapman, a guy that throws 107 miles an hour, one can get away from a guy that's that wild, but. The Yankees don't have anybody that's that. Chapman used to play for the Yankees, but he doesn't anymore. Everybody that plays for the Yankees, the starting rotations, all have control. The mid-level guys, the relievers. First of all, it's going to be a starting pitcher that he goes against, right?
Yep.
Mm-hmm. So it's going to be the starting pitcher, and it's going to be within the first 1 or 2 innings.
And he's not even the pitcher that he got laughed at.
Right. The pitcher,
so he gets the trophy for it for the other guy.
The guy that's going to hit him, the guy that Tuttle says will hit this guy, isn't even the guy that got the home run hit on him.
Well, how does that work?
And
exactly,
it's going to be a day off. I don't know if it could be a different umpire crew, somebody behind the plate. I have no idea.
You don't think the umpire
same crew the whole series?
Okay, well maybe not the same guy behind the plate.
No, it's certainly not going to be the same. They rotate. It might be the third base guy, but they saw the game.
I'll let you out of the bet if you want out of the bet. It sounds like you're making a lot of excuses.
I want. Hold on. Not only do I not want out. Not only do I not want out of the bet. I'd like to go harder.
No,
harder.
Bets are final.
$20
on everything.
You was going for 20.
Who's on?
20.
I'm in.
I'm in.
Seth, are you in?
I'm gonna stay on the sidelines
because you think he's gonna get hit with the ball.
Seth thinks he's gonna get plunked.
I just like to enjoy the game without having anything riding on it.
He just wants his new brakes. He just wants new brakes.
Yeah.
Lasker, are you in on it?
No, I don't know nothing about it, but I'm going to tell you something.
Hold on.
If I whacked one up into the crowd, I'm going to laugh at that pitcher and tell him that his mom throws balls even better. Okay? I want to really.
Hold on, Lasker. After you hit it, when you round
when
third,
I hit second base
when
back
you hit
there
third,
and behind him,
you're going to say,
your
hey,
mama threw it better last night.
Hey, pitcher, your mom can throw better than you can.
Now.
So, Lasker, if you're catching, because I would think you'd be a catcher in baseball. So, say the batter gets hit by the ball, he rushes your pitcher. Are you already throwing down and grabbing that guy?
Of course.
Okay.
I'm going to trip him while he's headed that way.
Lasker's going to trip him when he's rounding third. Lasker's going to throw his mask over his right to the guy's ankles.
Saying that any pitcher for the next game has to wax this guy because he laughed at the pitcher.
That's why me and Lummy think it's so absurd.
Exactly.
If it was during the game,
I could see the
was still
same
going
pitcher
on.
get you the next time he plays you for doing what you did to him. I can see that.
I'm sticking with it.
All right, well, me and Lummy's going to be up 5.
Yep. Thank you.
No welching on it, Pat.
I'm not. You can take it out of my check if you need to.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Right now.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Why don't you want to do that when you just waxed 100
There's
miles?
really only 2 sports, Gene. There's only 2 sports that exist where that mentality. Hockey and baseball are the only 2 sports.
And NASCAR used to be that way.
Yeah, NASCAR would be like like if somebody would bump Dale. Well, that guy got one coming to him.
Yeah.
Or what if a guy that beat you to the line, he's getting the trophy and he's showing you out, and he was like, I was just a better man tonight, and
Lasser's going to fight him on the front stretch.
We'll fight. I mean, but you're not going to get hit the next time. I mean,
let me tell you where Lasker did a lot of his fighting at the gas station down the road when we all had to fill up the diesel. Lasker did a lot of fighting there too.
Why would you fight people over diesel?
No, it wasn't over diesel. We were getting diesel, but it was over the race.
And their rig would pull up next to ours with the big trophy there, and Lasker would just go and.
But I would verbally assault them, and then they would come at me. So
would you try to get under their skin to?
I got under their skin.
Do you think it would like mess up their racing a little bit if you got under their skin?
Oh yeah, that's an Earnhardt move right there. I'd run up, just like Bubba said, I'd run up to your car, I'd hop out of my race car, and we're 1 minute from staging, and run over to your car and grab you and shake you while you're inside the car strapped in and yell at your face.
Or Gene would pop all 4 of your tires.
Okay, I'm not saying you're scared of anybody, but was there any driver that you kind of respected because he was kind of like on your same level of attitude?
Yeah, there was a lot of them.
There was a lot
Sport
of
Allen,
Joe Melnick.
But it was kind of like
Taylor
a respect
Andrews
thing, though, right? Like,
yeah, not really Taylor. Taylor was just such a good guy. He'd never get you back.
Yeah, but he'd run you hard.
Oh, he'd run you hard. No, everybody ran us hard. Everybody ran me hard.
So you would really get that. You would get your.
Come back later. I'll give you another.
That's a nice.
Tuttle, here's the deal. Everybody, when we would pull up, knew that you could race the 42 Polymylum one way, but
you had to treat Gene different.
When you're gonna run the 02, you better not assume that he's going to give you that 4 inches that you need, because he's going to chop you. He's going to chop you.
So you would never give anybody anything if they gave you something?
No, fuck no.
So that's just on you.
You don't want to give me something where you get.
You better be so much faster than Gene and set him up.
So you made everybody earn it.
You better be so much faster than Gene and set him up and pass him so fucking fast, or you're going to get chopped.
Okay,
I come into racing as a car owner.
Yeah.
As the crew chief.
Yeah.
And the driver.
So you had your hands in everything.
So when I'd meet you and you didn't own a damn thing.
Yeah.
You just came with your bag.
Yeah.
You didn't work on nothing because you had your crew that did it all. Yeah. You didn't buy nothing because this guy bought everything.
But you respected somebody that turned a wrench on their own car a little bit more,
guys
right?
that just did, that did it all,
What about, so maybe you were having some mechanical issues and you were just putting in laps for points.
Yeah.
Would you still race somebody hard if they were on the lead lap?
No,
you would respect them on that?
Yeah.
Because you'd want the same thing done.
What got to me was this. I started 19th in the field, and on lap 14, I am running the leader down.
Damn.
and then you started on the pole, and you're still leading it, or you fell back to third, and then you see me and you want to cut me off.
Yeah, no, that would be.
I ain't putting up with it, and I don't even wait to the next corner. I don't put up with it at that moment.
But those open wheel sprints like that, though, you got to be a little careful on what you do, right?
Yeah, you got to be careful what you do, or you're going to. Many a times I went on for the ride with them.
Yeah. But like on some of the modified stuff, could you get a little bit more? Or
Oh yeah, you can get away with a lot more because you slam bodies together and stuff and bounce off each other.
Did you did you ever treat your tires and stuff? Because I used to treat Bubba's tires all the time.
Yeah. From time to time.
Oh, if anybody wants any donuts, Seth has them up here.
Time in our class.
Did y'all use that goat piss stuff? Or?
Yeah, I don't remember what we used from time to time. But
what was that machine we would use to put extra grooves in?
Just tire groover.
Okay.
We'd have a tire groover, and then you'd run it on. You'd run it on the machine.
People copied me.
Yeah.
They'd all come over and look at my tire, and then they'd cut it.
And Gene, do you ever notice how back when we ran, tire dope wasn't even a thing?
Tire dope wasn't a thing. We didn't need it. We had soft tires.
I remember doing that. We would have to wrap them in plastic and stuff.
Yeah, to keep the heat in.
Yeah.
But the deal about it is that's because it's a 45 or a 65 or an 85 compound. We'd have 15 compounds.
Yeah.
So we already had a soft tire.
Yeah.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios. Aquabito.com, promo code Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Lomi, I'm going to do a small after show today. I don't know who can participate. Tuttle, you probably got to get right out of here.
Yeah, I got to get back to Volusia.
So you're out.
Biketoberfest this weekend.
And I don't know, Lomi, if you got 30 or 40 minutes.
Yeah, it should be fine.
Is Ashley back?
She got back late last night. That kidney shot you gave me was good.
What's that?
Yeah, you gave me a good kidney shot.
I did?
Yeah.
Just now, I
just
hit
when
you.
you were walking out.
Oh, I was looking at Seth and then I hit you.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
So you took your anger out on Seth to me. Oh.
Why would you do that?
It was a good one though, Bubba.
I don't even know why I hit him. It was kind of more of an. It was
He's
more
over
of
here
an,
in pain, like bending and stuff.
It was more of an
Must have been a hit.
It was a good one.
It was an affectionate deal.
Yeah, I know. It just was really good and at the perfect spot.
See, there's some people here that I can show aggressive affection to. Like I can't even. Seth won't even like. I like to kind of
hit him.
I like to hit people.
Do you still do the ear gripped?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, but I if I like you, I'll ear grip you. But I'll try to ear grip Seth, and he'll be like, ah. Like he does not like to be touched in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, he got he does oversell them sometimes.
Oh, he oversells everything. His whole life is about overselling.
No, but he's still. I think Seth is pretty tough. I think he just puts it over.
I got to tell you this. We may try to paint Seth into a little snowflake puss boy deal, but he took this 18 gauge needle to the back of his toe. Like a trooper. If you go to our YouTube channel, you'll see Seth's
What was wrong with that toe?
Ingrown. And
ingrown toenail?
Well, Seth, was it an ingrown toenail? Was it an infection of the cuticle?
It looked like more of a cuticle infection.
Yeah.
That needed to be relieved.
And so,
why'd you cut it short?
No. So we go. No, it was. Dan said it was from the hurricane. And walking around in wet shoes
and biting my toenails.
And
do you bite? How do you bite your toenails?
Yeah, how do you do that?
I put
can
my
you
leg,
show us?
Put my leg behind my head.
Can you really do that?
No, I'm just.
What are you, Seth Biles? Are you like a gymnast?
I'm just kidding.
I can get my toes in my mouth.
You can.
You're a circus clown for sure.
No, for real.
I can almost. I haven't tried it in a while, but I think
try
it.
Try it. You can't.
I'm watching.
You can't. You can't make that problem.
He's got a sock off, so he's gonna really put his toe in it.
Oh my goodness gracious!
Ooh, he's got it all. He's done that many a times.
Yeah, that's not a one-time thing.
I've tried to do myself.
Your penis?
Yeah, I can almost get there.
I was just gonna say, man, you're close to being able to do that.
I'm pretty flexible.
And here's the deal, man. And here's the deal. Let's just be all honest.
I mean,
here's the deal. Everybody be quiet. Let me set this up for legal purposes. Okay? I have the most experience at one being fined by the FCC. And two, knowing how to having that experience of having the largest single fine by the FCC has also given me the expertise on how to dance around things and not get in trouble. And what you do is you do not use any slang words, is that you use clinical terms only. So let me speak. You guys can react to my speak, but let me set up the scenario. We're going to call it self-fellatio because that is exactly what it is, and that's the medical terms. Now, you as much as you want to clown a guy that could potentially self-fellatio, now, Lummy, we've had two people that we know of that can do that.
Yes.
Lanny Poffo, which is Randy Macho Man's brother, and Virgil.
I'm getting sick.
And Virgil, which was Mr. Perfect's, I'm sorry, which was the $1 Million Man's valet. Those are the only two people, and it's been confirmed by everybody from Kevin Nash to Hulk Hogan to X-Pac. All the dudes that I've had on the radio over the years have said that at one time or another in the locker room, the boys would say, like, Virgil, we heard that you could do that. Was like the ongoing, scuttlebutt. And Virgil would make the guys pool up some money. Oh, everybody would throw in $5, $10, $15, and Virgil would show them that he could do it. Now, I never heard about Lanny Poffo making people making guys pool up the money for a demo, but I did hear Virgil on a couple different times would say, if you want to see me do it, you're gonna have to pay me.
Did he get a price?
And he did. No, I think he'd collect $300-$400 from the boys. But so as much as that has been verified to have happened, and as much as Gene may be sick, here's the deal. And we can all act like, we're tough and we're all that. But privately.
No, we're not.
Privately, I mean, if you could do that.
Yes.
Seth already came out with a definitive no. But privately, if you could do that, why not? I mean,
it's not gay.
Well, I mean, it's not anything.
It's been established as something that somebody else does to you.
We're never getting off of AM. Never.
He's so organically funny. Oh, my God. No, I mean, this is how we're going to get off AM because we come up with brilliant, shocking, but yet legal stuff like this. Nobody else could.
Close to gross.
Hold on. Nobody else, no other radio personality could navigate through that topic legally except for us and me. I mean, I have the skill set to be able to navigate through that, make people cringe, walk right up to the line, but don't cross it. And here's the deal. I've already described what we're talking about, and and let's be intellectually honest, I'll be the one that first started. If I could do that, I would.
Do you think
No, hold on. In the privacy of my own home, by myself, if I didn't have a girlfriend, I'd do it. Lummy, over to you.
Yeah, if I had a girlfriend, I probably would
show her how to do it. This is the way I want it.
No.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, no, I would try it out. I wouldn't use it to completion.
Lummy, I don't need any. Don't need any other words other than yes, I would, or no, I don't need what you said.
Got it.
I don't need to cook kids on shiz. Okay, I just need yes or no.
Yes.
Gene.
No.
Seth.
No.
Tuttle.
Yes, with the OnlyFans kicker.
Oh. Well, you have to have somebody watch you do it?
No, you get paid for it.
I get paid for it.
Get paid for it. Well, there you go. I mean,
so feel bad now.
You feel bad?
Yeah.
Why, you think you should do it?
No.
Oh, okay.
Or does it make you sick about somebody doing it?
Just thinking about it, yeah.
I mean, what's the difference between...
I wouldn't pay you $20 to watch you do it.
No, hold on. Nobody's asking you any... Nobody's asking...
You get a free password, Gene.
Gene, nobody's asking you to pay any money.
You said the other guys did, though.
No, that's in their world.
Right.
That was the wrestling community.
We're talking about... That's the wrestling community. I'm talking about privately, if you were single and you lived by yourself and you didn't have Sarah or Coben, it was just Gene Lasker on Wood Street.
I'd take a nap.
I mean, I would. Why not?
Oh.
That feels good.
Save a lot of money going on dates.
Yeah. All right, so let's move on.
Sorry.
So,
Thank you.
All charges dropped against this Tyron. I don't know. There's this African American man, I think, in Phoenix, and these white cops really, really did him dirty. And I think the charges got dropped, but I also think maybe they got fired. And I saw this today, and then I went and found the story for it.
On the arrest of a deaf man.
And look at her.
I know.
Wow.
No, not too bad.
Man with cerebral palsy.
Oh, yeah, I forgot to tell you. This African American man has cerebral palsy. And I think these cops they tased him.
We begin tonight with the latest on the arrest of a deaf man with cerebral palsy who was tased by Phoenix police back in August.
It's a story that's making national headlines, and the incident is currently under investigation by multiple agencies overseeing police conduct. Fox 10's Nicole Christine joins us live.
Listen, now, I'm very pro-cop. But there are some cops out there that are just really unreasonable. Like, they just are itching to whip your ass or tase you.
The next steps in this case.
Well, good afternoon, John and Christina. This is a very complicated.
How about those eyebrows?
I know.
My God,
on fleek.
I don't think they're on fleek. I think she shaved too much.
Two different ones.
Well, I think she shaved too much of it off.
Yeah.
Her right front's fine.
I mean, her right one, our left, looks noticeably bigger than the other one.
Yeah.
Maybe it's the camera.
Thinner
angle.
or wider?
I don't know.
Case. Tyrone McAlpin's lawyer just.
Now all I can do is just stare at her eyebrows now.
The left front right there is kind of like glow on the top.
Yeah, it is
Left front.
Showalter says when he saw the body cam footage from this arrest, he was shocked.
She's cute
Then
as hell.
when she makes them eye motions, it looks even worse.
She's cute as hell,
Look at the
man.
mouth position there.
And not only that, but look at the knocks. I mean, she is hot.
He says he thinks there's a lot more evidence that is going to come out that is now in the city's possession that will shed more light on this incident. But overall, he said what he's worried about right now is getting Tyrone's charges dropped.
These officers went wrong from the moment that Officer Harris got out of the car.
By the way, he was deaf. He was deaf
and
with cerebral palsy. How do you tell?
What was he doing wrong?
I don't know. I mean, nothing. Probably they probably didn't believe that he was deaf. He really can't hear them. Well, we'll see.
Everybody, stop where you're at. You watch the video. What you see is that his arms are reaching out. And he's assaulting Tyrone from the moment the encounter begins. The number of times that these two officers are striking Tyrone in the head is extreme and it's outrageous.
Way
and
wrong.
It's something that, we thought was a thing of the past.
According to police
Neil Mount plays your $50 for Lasker Fridays.
Right,
documents, the August 19th encounter began after officers reported to Indian School Road and 12th Street for reports of a fight, a claim that later turned out to be unfounded. The
Unfounded
officers
mean
both
it didn't
reported
happen?
injuries,
Unfounded mean, yeah, it didn't happen.
leading to felony charges against Tyrone McAlpin of aggravated assault against an officer. Calls to drop those charges now coming in from different organizations and politicians, while interim police chief Michael Sullivan released
This guy. I don't want this guy running nothing. He knows he's stuck back in the 40s.
In Kentucky.
a statement Wednesday evening, which says in part, quote, the Professional Standard Bureau launched an internal investigation into this incident. Their work is important to ensure all facts are known before drawing any conclusions. I ask for the public's patience during that process.
It's very odd to ask for people to be patient when the justice system's not patient with Tyrone, and he's facing these serious charges that are wholly unwarranted and should be dropped.
Showalter says McAlpin's family is overwhelmed by the
Well, I mean, I didn't see no tase. I just saw him jump out of the car and tackle the dude.
and that it has altered Tyrone's trust in law enforcement.
He has to continue to live in this community knowing that
Hey, I haven't been treated fair in this community, too, and I got to live in here.
You know, that he's not safe from
Imagine
police
if
on
you
the
were black.
streets.
Oh, if I was black.
They'd have really got you.
That or they would have left me alone. One of the two.
True.
You know what I'm saying?
Maybe. There you go. There you go.
There you go.
Now, coming up at 6 o'clock, hear the officer's testimony in court about the encounter, as well as the training that they say they've received when
All right, whatever. Thought this was going to be far more salacious than it was.
Have you ever seen deaf people arguing in American Sign Language? It's pretty entertaining.
No. Maybe you can find me a video.
Yeah, I'm looking for one right now for you.
Now, is this where the Fox guy says that he used the wrong video clip for Vice President Kamala?
I did send you something. I'm not sure if this is the exact one. I think this might be the interview itself.
If he's as bad as you say, that half of this country is now supporting this person who...
Is it me, or is it really, really, really feel like both candidates are really hitting the gas, ready to do any interview that they can?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, like, from late night talk to now, both of them are talking about going on Rogan. She went on the Call Her Daddy show, Charlemagne the God.
I don't think Rogan wants to have Trump on, though.
Yeah, he does. He said he does.
Oh, he does?
Yeah.
I know previously he said that he wasn't interested.
Donald Trump's going on the Undertaker podcast, I think, next week.
Who is?
Donald Trump.
He's going on the Undertaker podcast?
Yes.
Oh.
Hope he gets
I love the Taker. You know what Donald Trump should say? Let me tell you something, Mark. I just want to let you know right now. Mark Calloway is your real name. I know it is. But I know you're such a good worker. I've been told back in the day that you pretty much ran the dressing room and that your tombstone was just... Now, the ultimate compliment to a wrestler is if their finishing move looks so deadly but is actually so light and it doesn't, like a guy doesn't have to worry. Like the tombstone looked pretty...
Oh, yeah.
I mean, Seth, you're a pro wrestling enthusiast, and I'm sure you're familiar with Undertaker's work.
Oh, yeah.
And but the tombstone, like some people had, like, Mach had the flying elbow off the top. How much can that really hurt you?
The Hogan leg drop.
Hogan had the leg drop.
What about Stunner?
But, yeah, I mean, the Stunner wasn't like something that should just,
Did you
completely lights out, and the people's elbow. But like the tombstone, Calloway 6'8". And, the tombstone really looks like it would hurt a guy.
Do you remember the running gimmick? Pete Rose got tombstone 3 WrestleManias in a row in the ring?
Yeah, no, yes. I don't know whether that's, I'm just saying. The tombstone was one of the big-time finishing moves amongst one of the all-time greatest that really looked like it could hurt a guy. So Trump should go, I just want to let you know, Mark. And so the ultimate... the ultimate respect that you can pay a wrestler is when they have a really believable, stiff-looking finish that is super light on a guy, and a guy doesn't have to worry about it. So Trump ought to go, I'm going to tell you something, Taker, should I call you Mark? Is that I heard your tombstone was so light and takeable that I'd like you to let me take off my jacket now. We got some mats down here. Now, I'm telling you right now, if Trump wanted to absolutely just guarantee you that he wins the election, as he lets Calloway do a tombstone on him, right?
Yes.
Would that not be the best? Would that not be the best if Trump took a tombstone?
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
You think Undertaker would do it?
Yeah.
Really?
I think so.
That's a lot of stress, though.
It's a lot of responsibility not to actually hit his head on the...
He never does.
I know, but he's Bubba. He's retired.
He's given...
He lost a step.
No, he has not.
Oh, Bubba, come on.
I'm telling you right now. I know Mark.
Didn't Austin...
The only person that ever gave Mark a hard time about the tombstone was Hogan. When Hogan promised Linda... I know the backstory to it.
Oh, I hear this.
Hogan was on the road nonstop. Vince worked him all times to, they would work him 300 days a year. And Linda was bitching that he's on the road so much. So he had to wrestle. I think it was in Detroit. And he had to wrestle. And it might have been The Undertaker's, one of his first couple matches. And he was going to give Hogan the tombstone and beat Hogan to put him over. That he was new, and you know what? Calloway tells the story. I know the back end of the story, and the back end of the story is Hogan faked it and so that he could take a couple of days off to be with Linda because Linda was giving him such a tough time. So Hogan goes to Callaway. I think the way that I was told the story by Hogan was that Hogan went to Callaway in the back and was like, brother, man, that tombstone looks pretty brutal. And Mark's like, listen, man, your head won't hit. I'll have you locked in tight. It's going to look good, but I've given it.
I found him talking about it, but it's a long segment.
We'll do words and then we'll find it, and we'll see if what I've been told by Hogan matches what Callaway says.
Yeah, well, Undertaker's come out and said that he hates Hogan because
all right, well,
of
let me
that.
but let me tell you the story that I was told. I've not seen the Callaway story. I'm going to tell you the story that came from Hogan. Hogan said he wanted some time off the road, and that when he saw Callaway, he told to set up that he was in front of Vince or in front of the boys. He wanted to let everybody know that he was worried about how stiff the tombstone was, okay? This comes from Hogan. And Hogan said he gets him in the tombstone and Callaway tombstones him, and Hogan immediately says, "You got me. You got me." And they literally call the medical staff out to haul Hogan away. Hogan goes to the hospital that night. I don't think they find anything wrong with him. And I think that, and then Callaway's freaked out that because the reason why Callaway was giving Hogan the tombstone was because Hogan was kind of putting him over. Like if you beat Hogan, then that was a rub, and it was really putting Callaway over. Callaway was new. So Hogan
set the whole thing up.
Hogan set it up. He didn't get sputted. Callaway didn't spud him. I think Shane, the way Hogan tells me the story is Shane went and found the footage and showed Callaway that his head was nowhere to be close. And Callaway at that point knew Hogan was a liar.
Yep.
And knew Hogan was only out for himself.
Yeah, Shane, I guess a couple years later.
Because Hogan didn't get sputted, but Hogan was able to take some time off because Vince always kissed Hogan's ass. And Hogan's like, oh, my God, my neck. Meanwhile, Callaway laid it in perfectly. Terry didn't get touched at all and really, really had Callaway freaked out. And that came from Hogan. Hogan told me he didn't spud me. I just wanted some time off. So he kind of did Callaway dirty, and I don't think him and Callaway ever had really much of a relationship from that point forward.
What wrestler hurt wrestlers the most that they didn't want to work with?
Couple of them. Rick Rude was real stiff, and the all-time was Andre. Andre was just so big that if he didn't like you, he would just literally go out there and palm your
hair out.
No, he would palm your face. He would just take your palm and put it on, and just walk you around the ring with his palm. You couldn't. He was
reach
so,
him.
But he was so strong. Most men, Lummy, if you palm you're a big guy, but if you palm my face, I can probably kick you or push you off me. That your hand isn't so strong that I can't get away. Like just your hand, but Andre the Giant's hand was so big that he could just palm your face and you couldn't push away.
They wouldn't go to Andre and say, "Hey, buddy, can you go a little easier?"
Oh no, he wrestled light on everybody unless he hated you. And one of the people he hated more than anybody was Macho Man.
Really? Why was that?
Because Macho Man wore baby oil in the ring. And Andre would wrestle Macho Man and have all this baby oil on him.
You slip out.
And then Andre would have to take a big shower and have all this. So they would be in the back, and Andre would say, "No baby oil, Randy." And Randy never listened because baby oil made him look better. Made you shiny, made you look better. So if Macho wrestled Andre with baby oil, I think I got a story of Terry telling that story on the air. Lummy, where Macho...
it's in one of our shorts.
And they would have to actually... The referees would have to step in as Andre was literally shoot-style killing Randy, like beating him to a pulp.
Somebody said...
And the wrestlers... I mean, the Gorilla Monsoon or Vince, who was sitting in the gorilla position, would radio ahead to the referee and say, listen, you got to put a stop to this. Like, let's do a DQ, out of the ring deal. Macho would just jump out of the ring and get a DQ because he was getting his ass kicked so bad.
Somebody said Goldberg wasn't a worker.
Oh, Goldberg was stiff. And the other guy that was really, really light but could get stiff if you were spudding him was Kurt Angle. Because you got to understand,
he's a real deal.
Well, Kurt Angle's the real deal. So if you're in there throwing hammers on him, he's just going to wrap you up real wrestling style and get you like in a grapevine or something and kill you.
And he's already pilled up. He's like,
yeah, I mean, he was taking 75 Vicodins a day. Don't I have an interview of him saying I took 75 Vicodins a day?
Sure do.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Man, that's a lot.
See if you can find me the Callaway deal.
I sent you the link for the 9-minute Tuttle one, the Undertaker.
Yeah, it's an interview he did with ESPN.
Let me see how right I am, because I've not seen this story. I'm gonna go to words. I'm just gonna go by the story that Terry told me, and Hogan told me that he faked the Undertaker spudding him.
That's brilliant.
So that he could get a few days off, and he had the Undertaker freaked out because Undertaker thought he'd hurt the special child.
Well, I think what Undertaker was more mad about is he only found out like 2-3 years down the road. So he said he had a heavy heart for like 3 years that he hurt Hogan, and then Shane had to show him the tape.
I think you're wrong on that. The way Hogan told the story, it was like 3 weeks.
Oh, well, because
Vince took Terry aside and said, Terry, you can't have a problem with him. We got him on a big push right now. And he didn't spud you. And Hogan then changed his story to Vince and said, well, he didn't hit my neck. My neck didn't hit the ground, but he had me locked in so tight that I didn't have any wiggle room.
Yeah, he said he locked him in and he made a pinch to his nerve in his back.
Okay, so then I guess my story's, what I was told was right.
Yeah.
So after Vince went to Terry and said, listen, he didn't spud you, Hogan changed his story and said, no, but he had me locked in so tight I couldn't go anywhere.
Yeah.
Hogan was a snake in the grass. Oh, you don't think I know? Please.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
I'm going to send you the one where Hogan talks about talks about it on the air. Good. In one of our shorts.
Let's fast forward to the 91 Survivor Series. What do you remember about the week with you winning the title?
You can fast forward it, Bubba.
Give it right back.
To where?
See the first line? Keep going left. Keep going left. No, like the first line.
What?
You not see the little break in the, you see the little break? Right there. How'd you handle?
You've been the locker room leader for so long, the conscience of... And by the way, what a different era this is for you, because you've been the locker room leader.
Right there?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then I sent you the Undertaker and Hogan, where Hogan was on our show talking about it.
Oh, okay.
Detroit was also kind of a town that damn near paralyzed you as well, as the Undertaker sputted you outside of the ring one night at Joe Louis, did he not?
I was out there climbing around, relaxed, because you're out there with the Taker. You know that he knows where everything's at and everything's perfect, and you don't have to worry about nothing. So I'm out there doing my normal bumbling, stumbling around, having a blast, and did I tighten up, protect myself. I just let my neck hang loosey-goosey. When we went down to the tombstone and my head was a couple inches off the ground, I didn't have my neck flexed by protecting myself. It just like dislocated.
So Taker was actually working smart, protecting.
Oh yeah, he had me covered. Dude, he's strong. When he gets you, you don't slip.
How good a worker is Mark? Good.
He's the best. I tell you, bro, I don't think anybody could touch him when I don't care. You can't even say he's in his prime or not his prime.
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Detroit was also.
Well, this was when
Undertaker was an ugly dude.
Hogan was baby facing.
Yeah. He was telling his different story.
Yeah, he's told more stories than me.
Was there any stuff in that ESPN thing?
It's the whole story.
Okay, all right. I wanted to make sure it was the right
They
one.
usually cut. I was trying to find them where they cut it down short, but might as well just have the whole story played.
Who's that?
Some shit for Pete Eddie.
Did you get your Adobe working better?
Yeah, it usually happens with this thing.
You got 4 screens over there, no.
Yeah.
So you keep up with
There might have been a second one down there. That's what Macho was saying, but Macho's smart. He fixed it. He's a genius.
How's the
one that they
how's the dogs doing? Oh, sorry.
Dogs are doing great.
You got another puppy or?
I just got 2 dogs.
Oh yeah. All right.
No, I think your Undertaker one was the one that.
My little one, she just turned a year old yesterday.
They pretty well behaved dogs.
Very well behaved dogs. Yep.
What kind of dog is that? A Cane Corso? Yeah. Yeah, they're pretty intimidating looking.
Yeah, you don't play my dog.
Yeah.
My dogs come out to that gate and they.
Well, like if your friends are over and they know them, they're pretty gentle, or still not. They're just big.
Yeah, they're just big, but Kona is she'll nip at you. She'll let you know you're not liked.
Yeah.
Even though you've been around my shop every Saturday for the last 4 weeks.
But I bet they're good with
kids
though.
Oh yeah, no, the grandbabies, they ride on the dogs and they sleep with the dog, and the dogs don't let nothing happen to them.
It's crazy,
Nothing.
isn't it?
No, it's amazing.
They ride on the horses.
Yeah.
How's everybody doing this morning? How are you guys liking it? I see a lot of people saying great stuff about Mr. Gene Lasker being in. Hello, Abe. If you guys want to mark out the Gene and have any good things to say, I'll read them here on the hotline. So we got a minute. Mark out the Gene and I will read it. Also, if you would like to cheer some bits, because the most successful sprint car driver in the state of Florida is in here entertaining you guys today. Let's throw some bits.
Oh man.
Let's throw some cash. Let's do some Zelle.
We got to make payroll.
Horse Kendall Hill.
You can do PayPal. Every little bit counts. Lasker is great. Love Lasker. Gene is the man. Good morning, Gene and Tuttle. Tuttle, you're Radio Gold. This isn't about me. This is about Gene Lasker right now. Lasker is the man.
Bubba the second disclaimer is up there for Gene.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabeto Studios.
Aquabeto.com, promo code BUBBA.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
So I don't know how we got down this rabbit hole, but there's 3 prongs to this story. One, what Hogan has told me privately and maybe on the air, but we can't find it right now, and that was that Callaway didn't spud him at all, and that Linda was bitching about him needing some time off because they had 2 kids at that time, and Terry's doing, 275 days on the road as the champion or whatever, and he needed some time off, so he was going to fake that the Taker spudded him in Detroit so he could get some time off. That's the story he told me. And then a couple weeks later, Shane had found the footage, showed it to Callaway, and saw that the Callaway didn't do anything wrong. Vince approached Hogan and said, "Terry, Mark didn't do anything wrong." And then Hogan changed his story that he didn't get sputted, that the Callaway just had him held on too tight and he didn't have any room to wiggle, and it pretty much just went away. Then we had him on the air one time, and I took that information that he had told me privately because Lummy, if you see that, I set up the topic matter here.
Yes.
So while I had Hogan on the air, I'm like, hey, let's reminisce about that time that you say the Taker, sputted you in Detroit. So it was now what he tells me on the air, Hogan lies more than I do. And what he tells me on the air at this point, we spoke privately about it, and then he tells me on the air something completely different. So I set up the topic thinking we're going to go one way with it, that he's going to go the way that he told me privately, and he kind of baby faces on it, and he puts the Taker over. Then, Lummy, we get the Taker side of the story, and I think the Taker side of the story aligns more with what Terry told me privately. I think.
Yes.
I've not seen it. You have.
Yeah.
Here's when Hogan called the show and told something I wasn't expecting. It wasn't what he told me privately.
Detroit was also kind of a town that damn near paralyzed you as well, as The Undertaker sputted you outside of the ring.
And I would never bring that up had I been. One, I wasn't there. Two, I didn't see the match. So why would I even bring that up had I not been told that?
Why'd he do that, though? I don't.
Because Hogan just
can't remember his lies.
No, yeah, exactly. Can't remember. I mean, I get caught up in that. I can't remember all the lies I tell.
Night at Joe Louis, did he not?
I was out there clowning around, relaxed, because you're out there with the Taker. You know that he knows where everything's at and everything's perfect, and you don't have to worry about nothing. So I'm out there doing my normal fumbling, stumbling around, having a blast. And instead of tightening up and protecting myself, I just let my neck hang loosey-goosey. When we went down to the tombstone and my head was a couple inches off the ground, I didn't have my neck flexed, like protecting myself, and it just like
Which, by the way, this is the impact right here. And as you can see, I mean,
that's a lot of room.
Yeah, I mean,
boy, his face is right in his package.
Right, I was getting ready to say,
jeez, man.
If you're looking for a face in the package violation, we got one. But if you're looking at your head hit the mat, Seth, we don't got that. That dog doesn't eat. But if you want to say balls in the mouth, well, then all day.
Yes.
Right? If Hogan would have said, let me tell you something, brother. I didn't get sputtered on the tombstone, but, man, I had his testicles right on my chin.
2 days off for that one.
I mean, I went to Vin and said, man, smell my forehead. Does it smell like Taker's penis? Because, man, that's what I got. I mean, maybe Taker sputted you with his penis, but that's it. I mean, you're a good maybe 8 to 10 inches, maybe 12 inches away from the mat. And if you look, man, Taker's got him gripped.
Sure does.
Gripped.
So Taker was actually...
See, and then this is actual footage. Hogan just milked it out. They brought all the medics out for real. Like they gave him the X. Did you guys know what that means? X.
Yeah, what is that? They brought the stretcher out too.
No, if any time this is some inside stuff that I probably shouldn't be telling you. But if
the official
right here, if anybody like the official or anybody ringside or the announcer, if you ever have them go to the camera or to the gorilla position and you go X with your hands like this, X, that means it's a shoot. The guy's really hurt. Send medics and I think
signal to the back.
I think they X'd them here.
Are they real medics or are they actually actors playing medics?
They got real medics.
Okay, I wasn't for sure.
They always have 2 local municipality ambulances back there, ready to go.
Taker,
and I think they X'd Terry on this one. I mean, I think at that time the referee turns to the gorilla position and goes. You can look it up. I'm sure I'm right on that. That's what I was always told in the business.
What, the X?
The X.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Was actually working smart, protecting
Oh yeah,
you.
he had me covered, dude. He's strong. When he gets you, you don't slip.
How good a worker is Mark? Good.
He's the best.
Now, serious. Now, this is not what he told me.
I tell you, bro, I don't think anybody could.
Which, by the way, the Taker is one of the best workers of all times, and he ran the dressing room. He was the boss of the dressing room. So when Hogan would come and do a show, it wasn't a power struggle because Hogan knew not to even walk in the locker room because Hogan had his own locker room, so he didn't have to be in the locker room with the boys and be under Calloway's rule. Because Calloway ran the show.
Did the other wrestlers kind of despise Hogan a little bit because he had his own room and all that?
Yes, he had his own catering. He had his own room.
Miller Lite.
Nobody could drink beer except him.
Wait, he would drink beer?
Oh, he'd have a 24-pack of Miller Lite Tall Boys on ice, ready to go.
Man,
we'd hit a couple perks before, a couple Miller Lights.
Buddy could touch him when I don't care, you can't even say he's in his prime or not in his prime. When he decides it's game on and time to go, he's dialed in. There's no joke with him.
So Detroit was. By the way, that wasn't what Hogan told me. I think Hogan told me more along the lines of how this went down. I've not seen this, but I've heard of it.
Leader for so long, the conscience of locking, all these nicknames. But back then, you're still a relatively new guy. So how do you even handle when people say that with Hogan saying you heard him?
Well, fortunately, like I was devastated. And I was, I mean, the whole deal was it was a setup from the whole get.
See, Lummy, this is the story that Hogan told me right here.
Right. So back then, we would usually show up noon, on a TV or pay-per-view day.
Not Hogan. Hogan got there about 4. That's another reason why they hated him, Tuttle, is because even Calloway and the over guys, they had to get in there like 12, 1 o'clock.
And what would you do? Run through the show real quick?
You'd get with your guys. You'd go to catering. You'd make sure they had a costume division to make sure your costume was, like if you had tore it the night before. They actually had seamstresses that would, make sure your costume was okay. You'd bull crap with the boys. You'd shoot all your pre-tape interviews. So like if you had a pre-tape interview of a backstage deal, you would tape all of that during the day. And so the regular guys had to get there at 12 or 1. Hogan usually rolled up about 4 or 5.
Would you walk through your match beforehand, too?
Yeah, absolutely.
But Hogan wouldn't.
Not Hogan. No. Hogan be like, brother, I'll call it out there in the ring. Just follow. And Hogan's matches were so easy. Lock up, take a bump, let me get outside the ring, create a little heat, hulk up, let me come back in. You're going to cut me off. I'm going to let you get a little bit of heat. You're going to, hit me 3 or 4 times. I'm going to sell them. You're going to almost get me down. Then you're going to hit me and I'm not going to sell it. Then you're going to hit me again and I'm going to say no. And then you're going to hit me again and I'm going to go you. And then I'm going to throw you. You're going to watch the boot. I'm covering you up. 1, 2, 3. We're going home. Boom.
At the arena around noon, 1 o'clock, Hogan would roll in about 4 or 5.
See, Lummy, I'll swear on my mother.
You haven't listened to
I've
this.
not watched this.
Nope.
I'm just giving you my play-by-play account of having hung with Hogan.
So I remember getting there about noon, and Hogan was already there. And I'm walking down the hall.
Red flag number 1.
Yeah, because Hogan wants to go on record, Lummy, because he's trying to get days off because Linda's bitching. So he wants to be there early to tell in front of the boys to tell Calloway that he's worried about this finish because he has neck problems.
Yeah.
Going on record.
Was he that scared of Linda?
Yeah, still is.
Right. So he goes, hey kid, can I talk to you? Right. So we go into one of the locker rooms, into the shower. Right. That's where all the business was always done back in the day. You went into the shower, whether it was to fight, settle, whatever score, it always happened in the shower. So he's telling me, he goes, hey, I got this neck injury. He says, I'm really nervous about taking your finish. And I was like, Hulk, believe me. I said, I will protect you. I pride myself on not hurting people. And
that was his reputation. His finish, the tombstone, looked horrible. Like you're killing a guy. But it was feather light. Like nobody. There's no other big time name that took the tombstone that ever bitched about it being a spud. Ever.
And I promise you, I will have you so tight that there's no way possible that you're going to hurt your neck.
And this would have been okay if Shane hadn't shown Calloway the footage. That's when Vince had to get involved and call Terry out, and Terry had to change his tune.
I bet Vince was mad at Shane.
I don't know if this story gets into that.
So, with that, we went on about our business. Every point during the day, I'd pass him in the hall or whatnot, I'd get the remember about my neck, right? So that's all I got all day.
Hogan overselling the neck deal all day.
was my neck.
And Hogan at this point is probably on 27 Percocets and 14 Miller Lights. And he's mad because he had to get there early to set up this whole program. He had to get there early. Normally he got there at 5 o'clock.
So we go into the finish. Flair.
And you got to understand, Hogan's putting Calloway over at this point. Nobody usually beat Terry clean 1, 2, 3 in the middle. Never. So they're trying to really, really give the rub to Callaway. You know what I'm saying? He's pinning the guy.
Comes down, slides the chair down. I pick him up, and when I tell you I had the brother secure, he was secure. Boom. I give him the tombstone. As soon as my knees hit, I hear, "Oh, you got me, brother."
Yeah, that's the story he told me.
In my back.
I'm like,
my back.
Yeah, I am just like, how?
And Lummy, I think the referee X'd him. I think this was an X situation where they called out the.
How? I'm like,
they called out the gurney.
You have all these, like, I'm, 20, I was 24, 25 years old. And, I just crushed Hulk Hogan, right? That's what's going through my head. Like, the main dude
who's putting you over.
They gave me this opportunity. They gave me the chance to run with the ball, and I just hurt the golden goose. So I'm just devastated.
At this point, man, Callaway doesn't run the locker room. He's a young guy. He's just got into the business. Well, he's been in the business for a while, but he's just getting his very first run with Vince. And, he doesn't have near the level of stature that he ended up having, later on down the road. He's just kind of still one of the green guys, but they're really pushing him hard and putting him over.
What if he really hurt Hogan, though? Would he been done?
No, just because he was such a great dude, it just would have been a spud. But hold on, it wasn't a spud. But Hogan tried to put the heat on him like it was a spud.
Spot, right? So they get Hogan out of the ring, and I get the belt, and Paul Bearer and I are doing our stuff.
See, there was a belt change too.
Yeah,
he dropped the belt.
So I go backstage, and where I was asking, "Where's Hulk at?" Right, and he's always laying on Vince's office floor. So I go in there, he's laid out on the floor. He's carrying on, and like I'm going in to check on him, but then here come the paramedics and stuff. So here, me and kayfabe, right? So I go behind a wall with Shane. Me and Shane are behind the wall, and I'm having a,
I mean, this is when kayfabe was still around, so you could never have anybody see Taker back there with the medics checking on Hogan, because this was when they really still did kayfabe. So Callaway had to get the hell out of there in case any type of mark, or even the workers backstage at the arena, you still did kayfabe. So like you didn't even want a worker that worked in catering to see Callaway checking on Hogan, because that breaks kayfabe. Now kayfabe's not even, people don't even, like, it's, they'll see a guy and a bad guy and a good guy who just beat the crap out of each other, at the Buffalo Wild Wings after the match.
Listen to, can you feel this? Can you do that? And then I hear somebody get my wife and kids on the phone.
Hogan, there's right.
Yep.
That kind of validates what I said.
Finish a move.
I'm like, are you? So you can only imagine, right? Like, I don't know what the hell's going on, other than the fact that I just hurt the golden goose. Shane's right there telling me, he's like, Mark, he goes, his head wasn't anywhere close to touching that mat. And I'm like, no, man, I just couldn't hear it. Like, I was like, no, man, I heard him. I don't know what, I couldn't put a thought together. I just thought I'd killed him. And and we didn't have access back then to watch things back right away like we do now. So I didn't see it until Tuesday in Texas. Because the next day I think the next day I was in Hamilton, Ontario, defending the title against Davey Boy Smith or something. I was
right.
Gone.
And by the way, Hogan's gone. He's getting that time off.
Because there's no Monday Night Raw.
Yeah, there was no Monday Night Raw yet.
So it was a house show.
And we had house shows. So I finally got to see, but by now a lot of the boys had come up to me and they're like shaking their head like.
You see, Hogan's gone. So the boys now are all coming up to Callaway saying, hey, man, Hogan just did you dirty, brother. Like, he did you dirty, man. That's why the boys didn't like Hogan, man.
His head never got anywhere close.
And Callaway was like the absolute pinnacle of doing the right thing for the business of all times. Seth, you're a huge wrestling fan. Is that always the interpretation you got of The Undertaker? Is like he was the epitome of what's right for the business?
I've never heard anything bad about him. I really only started hearing stuff about him like after he was done.
After he retired?
Yeah, to see how important he was.
He was the most like The Rock would be in the locker room. Even when The Rock had his run or when Stone Cold had his run, or like they knew that Calloway ran the locker room. He ran the locker room. They'd have wrestlers court, and he would be the judge.
Did Gene ever get to hang out with Hogan much?
Oh, yeah.
What were your thoughts on him?
Well, he's pretty good.
Yeah, he was all right.
I'll tell you one. Can I tell you?
He's always in pain.
Can I tell you a story about him though?
What?
He had this Dodge Hemi, and he wanted to make it as original as it could be. But me and I was like, Gene, let me get Hogan's Hemi over here for his birthday present, and we'll do the valve covers yellow and the
breather and the radiator support.
Yeah, and we'll do it all. We'll completely powder coat
Hook it up,
the
red and
motor
yellow.
so it's red and yellow. Like
He was so pissed.
we'll completely take this. And when you got something that's stock, you don't. It's more valuable with a stock with maybe.
We didn't take the value away, but we didn't.
We kind of clowned it up.
We clowned it up.
So we go.
But his whole life was a clown.
I tell Hogan, I'd be like, Hogan, let me see your Hemi. Was it his Barracuda? It was something really expensive.
It was a Roadrunner.
Yeah, it was. I said, let me have your Roadrunner. I got a guy that I'm gonna do a surprise for you. He's like, brother, don't
mess my car
Don't
up.
be messing my car up now, brother. I'm like, Hogan, come on. I mean,
we had just got finished putting the brake system on it from the brake guys, and
yeah. Aerospace technology brakes. So Lasker powder coats the valve covers yellow, the breather red, all this kind of stuff. And I said, Hogan, meet me. Hogan goes, we open the hood up, and here's this clown-looking motor now that's valve. It's called.
It looked very good.
It looked good.
But it was yellow and red.
Right.
What did he say?
Brother, I was trying to keep that Stizhawk. You know what I'm saying, man? Lasker goes, well, I can
nothing wrong with yellow and red, but
Lasker
not on a Roadrunner.
Lasker goes, well, let me tell you something. I can sandblast all that off, Terry. Take me 2 more days.
Yeah.
So Lasker had to sandblast it all off.
Clean it all back off.
To the mat. So you watch it back, you can tell his head never touched. And so now I'm in this precarious situation. Like, I'm still a greenhorn, right? I mean,
he's young.
And now I've got to confront, the face of wrestling, the biggest draw, ever.
Yeah, so Hogan tells me that Calloway walked up to him and said, brother, I had you tight. And I watched a replay. Your head was nowhere. And that's when Hogan switched his story and said, well, brother, you had me too tight. I couldn't have any wiggle room. So Hogan had to change his story. But what Calloway doesn't tell, I don't think, Lummy, I don't know where he's going with this, is that Vince got on Hogan bad. Vince was like, Terry, this is a guy we're really pushing. And, he didn't spud you. And that's when Hogan had to try to cover his ass. But nobody was going to, hold Hogan accountable. This was just Hogan being Hogan. Because he could.
Now I've got to figure out what I'm going to do here. Like, as a man, I got to know what the hell, but I also know that it's...
See, and there was a lot of boys in the back that would have never came up to Hogan and said a word because it was Hogan. But Calloway was such a stud and didn't care and was he's a Texan. He's just a real man.
He sure
and
is.
He's not gonna, and he's not going to go out like that. He's not going to let you get over on him. So he's going to, as a man, confront you nicely to get to the bottom of it. And that's when Hogan caved. Hogan hated confrontation.
It's risking my professional career. And at that point, everybody's so paranoid too about their position and their spots, and you don't hurt the top guys, and you
don't question Hogan.
Anybody, but how that works. And I finally, I got to San Antonio, and I was like, Terry, I watched it back. your head never hit. He's like, well, brother, what it was you had me so tight that when we came down, I had nowhere to move.
Yeah.
And that's what jammed my neck because I couldn't move at all.
Now, at this point now, Terry had a week off. Don't forget, Callaway went from the Detroit deal to the Hamilton, Ohio, or to the Ontario house show, probably another house show. And then, this is probably a week or so later. Hogan's back in Tampa getting that week off, missing all those house shows on the neck gimmick. So when he saw the first time he saw Hogan was in San Antonio, Hogan got all those house shows off and got what he wanted.
You were too tight. Seatbelt was on too tight. Got it.
It was too tight. And at that point, then I was like, okay. Then I knew, I was like, okay. I kind of realized, okay, I know what you're all about. And that's all I needed, I mean, we're gonna fight him, or that was
so this is the perfect segue, and I didn't know we'd get there from this conversation. What did your relationship? What was it like with Hogan over the years? Because from that point,
let me answer. I don't know what he's gonna say, but they were cordial, and he respected Hogan, but he never trust him. And from that point forward, Hogan always had his own dressing room because he didn't want to be in Callaway's dressing room because the boys respected Callaway more than they did Hogan.
Point on, right? From 91, when you're becoming the man on, his position as a fixture fades, as the years go on. By 94, we know that the him, Brett, Yoko deal wasn't the same Hogan. It wasn't quite the same. He's gone. So over those years,
it's going to be interesting to see what Callaway says here.
He's coming in and out, and he comes back years later. And now at that point, it's really your locker room.
Yeah.
What was your relationship like with Hogan?
You know what? I always looked at it like from where I was at that point to where I was at the beginning, I was in a completely different
spot. Because at this point, man, he runs the locker room. He's running the show.
But so I didn't have to carry a grudge. I treated him with the respect that I think that for what he did for the business, he deserved. So I treated him that way. I was not overly friendly, but I did, if he was in the building, I always made sure to say hello and engage him in conversation. But, I've always, like I said, from that Tuesday in Texas, when I got that answer, I knew all I needed to know about him. And, and that's the way always then, my radar was always up anytime that I had to, interact with him, but I dealt with him. I dealt in a professional manner with him.
But you took some pleasure when you guys were doing your thing much later and he was not able to get the motorcycle to drive at all. And he just had to get off and run.
I laughed a little bit on that.
All right. So anyway, I think my version pretty much aligns with Callaway's version.
It sure does. Dead on.
Let me go to words, so I'm just very, very late. It is, Seth, it's kind of cool. There's some people paying attention to what we're saying and what we're doing and what we're publishing and, organically what we're releasing on Reels and TikTok and Instagram and podcasting and YouTube and Facebook and, the things that we're saying on the air. The big Lieutenant Dan high spot that we got into a few days ago as Lieutenant Dan, completely bamboozled all of Tampa, including, our lovely mayor.
Was the guy really from the military?
No.
No.
He wasn't a lieutenant at all?
No.
No, they called him Lieutenant Dan because of the guy from Forrest Gump that had missing legs.
Yeah, but he was a military guy who lost his leg, so we'll be laughing.
Well, Gene, that was a movie.
It was Forrest Gump.
I don't care.
Well, yeah.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
Brand new building, isn't it? Brand new.
It's time to put me on the show.
But now the counties took over the racetrack and using it to put trash. Not on the track, but all the parking around it.
Around it?
Because they got no place to put it to get rid of the
debris and stuff?
Debris, yeah.
It's
The
a nice
county
little-
owns the property.
Yeah, it's a nice little short trek. I had a great time out there.
So we'll be off till end of the season, until New Year's, after New Year's.
When I stayed at Bubba's race shop, I'd go over there like when I'd stay there on the weekends because
Yeah.
I'd hear him race and I'd be like, oh, I know what I'm doing. I'm going over
Go
there
over and hang out.
because they don't
So
ever
Seth,
do the drag
yes,
stuff
on
anymore.
this TikTok,
Friday nights.
it looks like it's Tifu's
on
TikTok.
Wednesdays and do them on Friday, but they closed that down too.
Because
I mean,
if you go,
I feel like you would have more likes,
Wait,
wouldn't
no,
it?
but, look, but let me show you here. If you click on the account, that's Tifu, and that's
So do
Tifu.
you have a pot down?
Yeah. I do. It's up now.
Okay.
What's the question?
If this is Tifu's TikTok,
Well,
I don't
I mean-
think it is.
I think it is.
Well, Tifu is TFUE on Instagram. He's got 4 million on Instagram. He would have
Okay.
more,
Okay, you're right. This is a ripoff.
but it's still. I mean, somebody still made.
Right.
I don't fucking know.
What, this one?
Yeah.
No, this is Tifu.
This is Tifu's dad.
And this is Tifu's dad.
Yeah.
But is that like actually his dad, or that's just the name?
Oh, which by the way,
That's his
I
dad.
know his dad.
Yes,
His best
Tifu,
friend-
Tifu follows our TikTok. The actual Tifu. He goes into Dan's box a lot.
He goes into what?
Dan's box. For the Bucks games.
Oh yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Now supposedly, Tifu has been in his box and has promised to come on the show, but Dan's not a closer. He can't get the fucking shit done.
Wait, Dan's not a closer?
No. He's supposed to get me Chuck. He's supposed to get me Gruden. He's supposed to get me Tifu.
You put me in a room with Tifu, I'm getting him for you.
Okay. Well.
So I'll go in Dan's box and get him.
Well.
Maybe Dan will let me.
Where does he live, on Davis Island?
Yeah. No. Tifu lives
Indian Rocks Beach.
Indian Rocks Beach.
I don't think Dan had the power to get Gruden in here.
Well, that would be
Because
the one that.
when you stuck me out there on the field that one time and Gruden was there, and and Dan and his dad was there, Gruden ignored him.
You think?
He talks to Gruden.
I know, but he didn't. Dan
it's a
acknowledged
great
him there.
college for him.
Gruden just turned,
You know people
didn't
come
have no
play
time
for
for
him
him at the moment.
because he runs a pro style.
I like he was special.
Oh yeah, no, I'm just wondering if he's got too much baggage, with the racist stuff, and
I think he could easily. I think he could easily play or coach.
oh no, I do too. I just don't know. A university's gonna have to do a little backlash to bring him on. So,
Well, I mean,
but
all the
if
coaches
it,
they've had have been.
Here's the thing, Seth. I think it's an NFL fuckery thing more than it's a.
I think he could. I have heard plenty of rumors him coaching the Gators once that position.
Oh, that would be huge.
Like his recruitment would be through the roof, right?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, like,
you know, he never really liked working with young quarterbacks.
Oh,
so.
did anybody see the Did anybody see that? Who's the head coach of Oklahoma State?
Oh, Mike Gundy.
Mike Gundy.
Yeah. Did you guys see his latest Twitter or TikTok or whatever? He goes through about a 5 or 6 minute video about how you can fix college football.
No, but
And
he's the one.
and you know what? He's dead on.
And what? Not pay kids?
Well, he talks about having a commissioner. Then the Power Five each have, but if you can find that for me, Lummy.
All right.
Fine, because
He's the one guy that yelled at the media, right?
Yeah.
When he was.
But he's a hell of a coach. He's a fucking hell of a coach.
He still got the mullet.
Yeah, I think so.
All right, Lummy. I need. All right, I think we just got. Yeah, I got this here.
The Tampa Police.
Whew.
Lummy, who's on?
Joe the Supermarket.
Huh?
Joe the Supermarket.
I don't. Okay, I'll get him, but I just don't have a long. I'm way behind. Oh my God.
What's wrong?
John Kostika, $500.
Thank you, John Kostika.
Are you trying to get it on? Or?
Seth, 500.
Dude, that's huge. You're the man.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabedo Studios. Aquabito.com, promo code BUBBA. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Let me just clear Joe the Supermark. I'm sure it's something wrestling related. We can't make it very long. Joe, we got to be quick about this. Go ahead. What's going on, buddy?
I just had two quick things to add to the Taker-Hogan situation, and I wanted to let you know first that Macho needs to know that when people are on hold, the phone lines sound really, really scratchy, so nothing is audible. But now I can hear y'all, so it's just something about being on hold.
Macho, we'll work on the on-hold gimmick. That's about Project 86, but we will get to it.
The most important thing I really need y'all to understand is I know now Undertaker has the reputation for being the safest worker ever in the business. But when he first came into WWF, the first time he did the tombstone, he dropped Coco Beware on his head. So if you look more into when he first came in as opposed to his first match.
Yeah, I know,
Hogan,
but hold on. He may have sputted Coco Beware. Coco Beware didn't probably necessarily have the body type that was made for a good tombstone because he was so big, and Calloway probably couldn't have really got a good grip on him. But the tape and the evidence of this particular tombstone that he did Hogan showed that that it was feather light. You know that. I mean, like if the video had showed him getting sputted, then it's a different story. But that's not what the video
chair to it, right? Because he had the chair too. But
the chair wasn't anywhere to be found either.
Right, and then here's the second thing I wanted to bring to your attention. Now, just as important as it is for Undertaker to get a good firm wrap on Hogan before he drops him down for the tombstone, it's just even more important for your opponent to wrap around your waist and hold you tight and tuck their chin. Because I've done thousands of tombstones where I jump in the air and drop down on my knees as hard as I can, and my opponent's head never hits the mat, ever. It looks devastating.
I know. I said it's one of the best looking, but yet feather light, if done right, moves there is. And Calloway has a reputation of making it look good. Even when he was a greenhorn, he didn't spud that many guys, and he didn't. Hogan told me the backstory. He wanted time off. He got it, but he eventually got called out about it. Vince called him out about it.
Do you remember when Owen Hart dropped Austin on his head at SummerSlam '97?
That was a spud, and that did hurt. That pretty much didn't put an end to Stone Cold, but it put a damper on his career. That was a spud.
But I'm sorry to keep going with the wrestling talk. I just needed to bring it to expose a little more intricacies. I appreciate y'all. Have a great
Thank
week.
you, Joe. Appreciate you. Lummy, $500 PayPal, Venmo, Cash App. The steel slinging madman, John Costica.
Thank you.
Valparaiso, Indiana. God, I love that guy. No homo. Or maybe a quarter homo. Who's this?
That's
Bob from the maintenance department.
It's Macho.
We're just
Testing
working on the
line.
phones.
Oh, you want me to put you on hold?
Yes, please.
Thank you. This is Tifu's. Now, here's the thing. If this really is Tifu's dad, his TikTok account, I think his name's Bob or Robert. I know him. I've met him a couple times with Billy Bullers. And for him to act like, because the person asking the question here tries to act like I'm just some local yokel radio guy that he may have in a fleeting type moment heard of. But realistically, if Tifu's dad, which this is Tifu's dad's account, if it's him asking this guy the question, then he knows who I am. He doesn't have to act like, I guess there's some radio guy who might have been relevant 30 years ago named Bubba the Love Sponge. And if it really is you, Tifu's dad, bitch, I'm going to have a word with you when I see you.
But Terrence.
And this is talking about the Lieutenant Dan situation. And I don't think any of us think that was a very funny situation.
Now, is this Tifu?
No.
No, that's the Tampa, the guy he's some TikToker.
I think this is, Seth, isn't this the guy
Tampa Terrence,
that
I think
actually found Lieutenant Dan and discovered him and put him up on TikTok the very first time, this guy?
Bubba, I'm going to keep it a hundo with you. I have no idea what this is or who this is.
That's Tampa Terrence. That's the guy that found Lieutenant Dan.
All right, so that indeed is what I thought it was.
Yes.
This is the guy that started the whole Lieutenant Dan craze.
Correct.
Maybe the world may not have even been exposed to Lieutenant Dan had it not been for this
So
dude.
what, was he hanging out at the river and he seen the guy on the boat?
I think so.
And asked him if he was going to stay out there during the storm, and he said, yeah.
I think that's as good a guess as any.
But Terrence, the inventor of the live stream in Tampa, he went out in the hurricane and came upon
Yep, this, by the way.
Why do we need the music?
This is Tifu's father. I've spoke to him.
young guy, Tampa.
I've spoke to him on the phone before. This is Tifu's father. This is his dad. And I'm calling Billy Bullers up right now and getting his number.
the hurricane and came upon a young guy that was dubbed after the fact as Lieutenant Dan. And Lieutenant Dan, told the mayor to go F herself, and guess what? I don't like her, so he did a good job. That's not what you're going to hear on the internet.
Now, hold on. Do you not know what I don't like the mayor. I've clowned the mayor. So we have that in common. So what do you mean that's not what you're going to hear on the internet? That was my entire position.
Isn't this an odd piece of content, though?
Yeah, but why? It kind of is.
Okay.
Hold on here.
But here's what bothered me today, and you can respond to this. I heard this guy named Bubba the Love Sponge. 30 years ago, he was a somebody. And so for clout, he was hammering your guy. And I don't know your guy. I know he doesn't say he's some dirtbag hustling. He got $100,000, he said.
Now, isn't that what Lieutenant Dan is? A dirtbag hustler?
Yeah.
I mean, it was the only thing that all of us have agreed on today. Simultaneously, we all said, yeah.
He's lucky I didn't find him.
He did try to set a woman on fire, right? I mean, that's yeah, okay.
Right, and I mean, Seth, we've seen his rap sheet.
He might have, beaten a cop.
What would you know what? And then he says, he does this all the time. He just came upon the boat.
Now, hold on. Listen, Tifu's dad, he does do a bunch of stuff all the time. Have you seen his rap sheet? He's been arrested no less than 10, 15, 20. He's been arrested more than Gene.
Jumped in to say he was doing this. So I want you to respond to what this bull is.
Okay, first of all, he asked me to make the videos of him. When I first met him, he was like, I want someone to tell my story. And I was like, listen, I do social media, so let me tell your story for you. So that's what I did. I told the story. It blew up. Thought it went crazy. So, yeah, I just did what he
So he got $100,000.
I don't know. I don't think anyone got 100. He got 50, maybe 40, I think.
So
That's still too
the
much.
big
Yeah, hold on.
factor is, all there are haters on the internet. Everyone's hating on this guy. He doesn't have a leg. He's disabled. So what? How about empathy? And you don't know jack shit about him, so don't talk about him in a negative way.
Listen, Tifu's dad.
Did he have a stroke?
I don't need to know anything about him. I just pulled up his rap sheet. He's been arrested I don't know how many times. He's a grifter. This guy made him famous.
Was this a setup then?
I don't know what this is.
Of course it is.
Like, I'm asking you,
You think
Seth,
Lieutenant Dan was a plant now to get to? I mean, if if they're saying we don't know Lieutenant Dan, then they clearly know something we don't.
But here's the deal: if we don't know Lieutenant Dan and we have hard evidence of what Lieutenant Dan's past has been, then who really doesn't know Lieutenant Dan? Because the information we got from Lieutenant Dan wasn't hearsay, wasn't our opinion.
Backs on paper.
The guy's got paper, and that means you've been arrested several. I think there was actually a report as to how many times he's been arrested.
It's over 15.
Yeah, so
Wow.
What is the point of this? Like, Seth, is Lieutenant Dan, was he a plant for?
Well, then, Bubba, that means that his daughter crying was a plant. I mean, that really, this is taking it to like a Hollywood type production now. But I don't know how gullible we are as a society. I thought it was real. It looked like that, he teamed up with this guy. I don't know if this guy thought that, obviously he didn't know that people were going to start giving this guy a bunch of money. But I don't know why it's worth defending this, a week after the fact.
Well, now, because the guy's calling me out. And I mean, he's calling me out as I'm wrong.
Well, I mean, for you being irrelevant, they're doing a 2-minute video about you and what you said.
Right. And I mean, to the point where Tfu's dad is seeking out our content of calling out what we think is a fraudulent Lieutenant Dan. So how irrelevant are we?
So, and the big factor is, all there are haters on the internet. Everyone's hating on this guy. He doesn't have a leg. He's disabled. How about empathy? And you don't know jack shit about him, so don't talk about him in a negative way.
Well, let me tell you something.
We didn't take his leg.
It doesn't. Yeah, we didn't take his leg, and the only thing that we spoke about him is what we could find on the internet. He's got a rap sheet a mile long. He never did, he was able to bamboozle the mayor. He didn't bamboozle us. Maybe we are the only ones that really called this out for what it was.
I sent you what looks like to be on this Terrence guy's page, his first video with Lieutenant Dan.
Terrence looks like he spends a lot of time in Ybor.
Terrence Cannon is his name. He's like,
We're here with the real life Lieutenant Dan. Big hurricane coming. What are you going to say to the hurricane?
Oh, my God.
Fuck you. You want
Oh.
me? Come and get me. Yeah.
Anybody. Wind, devil, cops, anybody. Bring it on. I'm ready for you all.
Let's go. He's not leaving, baby.
Go. I'll tell you who's chasing clout is the original guy that taped him.
Yeah.
Right?
Terrence Cannon?
Yeah.
It makes me...
This guy here, we're not chasing clout. We're reporting clout chasing.
Look how short those shorts are. It looks like he shaves his
this
legs, too.
man has been kind, helped him, and always be positive. So what do you think of that?
I think that this guy's...
Look at the way he's standing.
Hold on. Tfu's dad is really a piece of shiz.
Yep.
And his other son... Now listen, both of his sons are very, very successful content providers. I mean, Tfu makes millions of dollars. He's one of the very few that he's one of Twitch's big time stars where they write, $5 and $10 million a year checks to keep him on Twitch. I know that to be a fact. And then his brother is the Juke Squad on YouTube, and I think they have 8, 9, 10 million subscribers. So both of his sons have done very well with regards to the digital world. I don't know why he's calling me out.
Is the dad a leech? Like a hanger-oner?
Well, I mean, I think his dad, kind of. I mean, why don't you just live off your, I don't think that you have to.
You think the dad's in content development now? Like he's okay.
Yes. I think the dad's trying to get a rub where he should just be the dad and the kids are, scraping him off, a few $100,000 a year to be the dad. I don't think you got to call me out when at the end of the day, man, every person that has been told the Lieutenant Dan situation thinks the guy's a meth out tweaker that bamboozled everybody. Maybe he didn't mean to per se, but Tampa Terry or whatever this guy's name is, he certainly exploited him for the first time in his 15-second deal that built Lieutenant Dan up to what he was, that got him $50,000, supposedly a $1 million deal with Kick until he said the N-word. Like, I'm not clout chasing. You don't see me clout chasing because of my comments about Lieutenant Dan. I made fun of our mayor who said that they had apprehended him and put him in a shelter.
The Tampa Police Department this morning just saved Lieutenant Dan.
I mean, I don't even know why I'm even part of this situation. I made fun of our mayor, which Tfu's father doesn't like, and I made fun of the fact that our society is such suckers that we would make a guy like Lieutenant Dan a star when all you are is having been arrested over a dozen time crackhead tweaker with one leg.
Bad dad too.
and a bad dad. I mean, listen, Tifu's dad, go watch Lieutenant Dan's daughter talk about how much of a grifting piece of shiz he is and how nobody should give him any money.
You think you've met Tifu's dad in the past and maybe you did something to offend him? Or...
I had to, listen, 3 or 4 years ago when we were really predominantly Twitch, I had Tifu's dad on the phone. Billy Buller's conference called us. And this was when he was at his, I mean, he's still huge. And we were supposed to have Tifu in the studios to play a game. And for some reason, you know, that went awry. Tifu didn't think we were big enough to get his rub. And quite frankly, we probably weren't. There comes a point where, you know, we had 50, 60, 70,000 followers and he's got, you know, 8 million. Probably ain't worth it.
Yeah. How about some charity, though?
Yeah. How about a guy from your own hometown that broadcasting wise at that time was the biggest, you know, on Twitter. I'm sorry, on Twitch. We were the biggest on Twitch. We've since backed off of Twitch because they're just impossible. And why not spread ourselves? Why not do, you know, 2,000 on Rumble, 1,500 on YouTube, you know, 1,000 on Twitter.
Twitch was taking a big percentage, right?
Yet Twitch took a larger percentage, and they had and they're so transphobe that they're ran out of San Francisco by a bunch of lesbians, and they didn't like what we do, and we'd constantly get suspended.
Man,
so I don't know. I don't know how I got to be the bad guy, but and I don't even think I'm the bad guy. I think we're one of the very few people that got it right. We got it right. We called it out for what it was.
Do you think people just pile on you sometimes because they think you're an easy target, or?
No, I don't think. I just think people have such a disdain for me because they don't really know the truth about a lot of things that I've been involved in, and it's a lot easier to hate me. It's just a lot easier to really not do your research and what I've really done, rather than just to hear that most people only have heard that I was a dick.
But they're missing out on such a great person, though.
Yeah, stop.
No,
You're really kissing so much ass today, it's pathetic.
If you want a deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
You've been nobody's horrible. We're doing.
Hey, somebody just said this on Twitter.
What?
They said yesterday and today's show have been two of the funniest in the last 3 years.
Oh, I wouldn't say that. All right, everybody, we're gonna read your great comments about Gene Lasker once again here, and if you would like to,
worker. Step right up and give me a great comment.
If you would like to mark out to the one and only Gene Lasker.
on my screen.
What up, Paul?
Oh, here, I could do that.
Yeah. Put it on my screen. How about it?
What up, Abe?
Tell them to send money. I don't care
Yeah.
about that.
Yeah, but I mean, they can mark out and send money.
Yeah, mark out and send $5. Every person. Everyone. Every single one.
President of the United States. Why is that happening? This is an election for President of the United States. It's not supposed to be easy. I know, but it's not supposed to be. It is not supposed to be.
What up, Tina? Good morning.
50%. Listen, I'm stupid. What is it? I would never say that about the American people. And in fact, if you listen to Donald Trump, if you watch any of his rallies,
there we go. And then there's going to be all your.
Okay.
All right, guys. Gene can read your comments.
Talk about an enemy with.
Where you got them set up? YouTube?
Yes, YouTube. Yeah. Somebody just said Lasker has great hair. Sorry, guys, I had to get him set up. Dark Matt Steve said Gene Lasker is sexy as fuck.
What's up, Fat Pig?
I've been talking about Steve. What a name.
Tuttle on the water tank. Mr. Tuttle Children's Show done at the BRN on YouTube. Instant success.
Working with you in real time. With 100% accuracy guaranteed.
Lasker is thick and rugged.
Now and be ready for next.
What does Gene think about the Fort Pierce shooting?
Thank you for
What Fort Pierce shooting?
Voters still hold
I don't know.
the country and here in Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Dusty.
Is one of the key issues that they're looking at this election. And specifically, Madam Vice President, thank you.
What's Building 7?
Oh.
Don't even tell him.
I'm not. Are you going to ask him? Yeah. Okay. Guys, don't say anything.
Hey,
here.
chat, don't tell him.
Here, let me
Don't
minimize this.
fucking tell him.
Let me minimize this. I'm minimizing it.
Well, no, they'll listen.
I know. What?
I want Gene to be able to read.
Okay. All right. Sorry.
But don't tell him what Building 7 is.
Sorry, Gene. I was just trying to do what Bubba wanted me to do. There we go.
But Lasker seeing chat might not be good.
Why?
Because they might start saying bad
That
stuff.
you might want to fight him.
Oh, I don't care about him saying, how does it feel to want you?
Okay, you don't know.
Oh, somebody just said, I'm still reeling from the fact that Gene Lasker is a Game of Thrones fan.
Yeah, I like
So, Gene, you think I'd like it?
Yeah, I watched it almost twice now.
You hear that? He's watched The Throne twice.
Dude, that's one of the most surprising things I've heard, but
Hold on, Lasker, you missed what Lasker just said. Somebody said, Gene, what do you think about Building 7? Lasker goes, what's Building 7? So we're going to ask him on the air what he thinks Building 7 is.
Guys, do not say anything.
Do nobody tell him what Building 7 is.
I do think that there's a GOT podcast between the three of us.
Yeah.
As much as Gene doesn't want to do it.
What is that?
Nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing. Sponge just has some ideas. I don't have any. I don't have
Dude,
ideas.
I'm telling you, Bubba, you will like Game of Thrones.
Yeah, you will. You gotta pay attention.
He'd have to have the subtitles on.
So,
But can I have the subtitles on?
Yeah, a lot of people did.
So you know, Daenerys,
what's up, Haas?
the
What's up,
dragon
Matt
king,
Crusher?
that one.
What up,
So
Berto?
This is her relatives from 100 years ago.
Guys, go listen to the podcast. Blizzard came out yesterday. Loner and Stoner, Clement Kush.
So it's like
Pigmentation.
where it shows like
Way longer.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. It shows the history before Game of Thrones. See, I'm explaining House of the Dragon to him.
Yeah, I like gladiator movies.
Oh, this is good. And double the amount of dragons.
Thank you, Tina.
A lot of incest and sex.
I didn't know that you listened.
And a lot of fighting.
I like it.
Oh, $5. Bubba Wendy just said $5 for because Lasker said so.
69. I didn't put out a Pigmentation this week.
No.
Oh, they're watching.
It's coming out today.
Thank you.
I hope it's great though.
The color commentary made by Gene Lasker may be offensive to some listeners, and not necessarily the views or opinions of our advertisers or this radio station. Now let me tell you something, you're not getting any younger, so your language will most likely become obsolete too. How about it?
Broadcasting live from the Aquabita studios.
Aquabito.com, promo code BUBBA.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Macho, great job, Macho Man. Yeah, and I got the whole button fixed too. And I'm gonna go out and do a super set of triceps. Yeah, dig it! I just got this from a police officer. So
the ticket?
No. How can I get a ticket, Gene?
They sent them in the mail.
Yeah.
You mean, like a red light, Willie?
Yeah.
No.
Too bad.
But he's a good friend of mine, and I think he nails it. He says people use you as an easy target because they don't know you, and let's face it, people who don't know you want to dislike you because everybody needs a bad guy in their life to make them feel better about themselves.
JHM3, $10. Gene is the man. How about it?
I think that's dead on.
Probably is.
They don't know me, so they want to hate me because they heard I'm an asshole and I'm a bad guy. And if I'm an asshole and a bad guy, that it's probably making them and whatever they do wrong not so asshole-ish or bad guy.
Kind of like me, too.
Oh, yeah, you're very much like that. So, Gene, do you know somebody asked you on chat? By the way, Lasker can read chat now. I don't know what chat you got him on.
YouTube.
Yeah, YouTube seems to be the...
Do you want to know who asked it?
Oh, was it Tuscan?
Yeah, Bob Tuscan.
So,
what's up, Tuscan?
Bob Tuscan.
He got him.
Asked Gene, and Gene just innocently goes, what about Building 7?
What is it?
And so, well, nobody tell him.
Okay.
But Bob Tuscan asked Gene, and it would be interesting. It's fun to run Gene through current events to get Gene's, because Gene lives.
I'm not a current eventer.
You're not getting it.
No, Gene lives in a very controlled world. He goes to work. He works he owns his own business, Buffalo Avenue Powder Coating. He makes a really good living. He loves his wife more than anything in the world. Love you, Sarah.
Love you, Sarah.
Loves his
Got a couple of dogs.
Got a couple of dogs. Got a good stepson named Coben. Got some grandbabies. He's just
Three.
He's a man's man. He's a good dude. He's an outlaw biker. Although I think you've retired out.
I'm retired, 25 years.
But Gene, when you retire out, are you still an outlaw?
I'm still an outlaw.
You just don't have to go to church.
I'm just not.
You're like in the reserves.
Yeah.
You're in the reserves. They're not going to call you up in unless there's some real bad stuff going down and they need bodies.
Yeah.
Right? But, like, do you still participate? Like, go to some,
Yep.
And I will tell you, being a guest of Gene's, by the way, Fish on the J25, the show's on fire, that people, I can't speak on other bike clubs. The Mongols, the Hells Angels, there's a whole I can't I don't know any of those guys.
Okay.
But I know several outlaws, including one of the highest ranking ones, and I'm not going to mention his name, Gene, but you know that I know him.
Yeah, Billy.
Out of Jacksonville. And they have been always, I've never seen anything illegal. And I've always been accepted to ride with them, if we were going somewhere. I only had one potential problem one time. I was doing these leather biker vests. And and Lasker, so I was
Three-piece pieces,
So Lasker, I go, Gene, I want to do these leather biker vests, and they're just like, kind of like the ones that the Outlaws have and stuff, but I'm going to have a big Bubba Army rocker on the back. And he goes, that's great. That's no problem. I go, but then I'm going to have a rocker underneath the Bubba Army that says the state that you're from. He goes, oh, no,
You can't do that.
You can't do that. I go, what do you mean I can't do it? I'm not putting first of all, Gene, I'm not using MC, and I'm not, the two things that really piss off bike clubs, no matter if you're the Outlaws or the Hells Angels, is, I've always thought it was two things, Gene. 1%er and MC. Those are the two things that you stay away from. Other than that, you're just a weekend warrior with a bike vest. But I guess the state rocker at the very bottom is really kind of a no-no.
Yeah.
So Lasker goes, let me tell you something. I don't think I'd put the state on there. And I go, well, Gene, then it's not going to be like, I want people to be able to rep their state. So I actually had to, like, Lummy, we had to not sell the state rockers.
Oh, I saw them. I saw them in the back.
We got a box full of them.
I saw them.
I got 80 Indianas back there. Lasker goes, let me tell you something. You can sell the state rocker, but don't be surprised if somebody gets shot.
You can sell them, but don't wear them. They're going to take them from you.
Yeah, he goes, so I had to sell the motorcycle vests without the state rockers, and everybody was okay. But I've ridden with the Outlaws.
Do you guys do fundraisers?
No, yeah.
Like for the community and stuff?
Mainly for ourselves.
Okay.
Yeah.
But, there's a few community things that the Outlaws ride with, in the Christmas runs, the toy runs, and they do that somewhat.
So Gene doesn't know about, in Gene's little world that he lives in, that's his world. Racing, his wife, his kid, his business, and being a retired outlaw.
And his brothers.
That's about, and his brothers.
And I got 8 chickens.
Do you really?
I got A's, bro.
Oh yeah.
So, Gene, when people ask you, what do you think about Building 7?
I would not tell you anything
you have
about it. 'Cause
no
I
idea what
don't-
Building 7 means.
Not one inkling.
Okay, so I'm going to walk you through it.
Okay.
Okay. Just to show your learning ability. Okay.
Do you want the video of it?
No.
Okay.
You're familiar with the Twin Towers.
Okay.
Yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay. And 9/11.
Right.
All right. So how do you understand what went down for 9/11?
I was the one who called. Remember when that happened? I called you from the bank, and you picked it up on the phone.
Yeah.
And then Brent yelled out, "That's
the work of a man named Osama bin Laden."
Bin Laden. That's Bin Laden.
Hold
did
on.
that.
In fact, let me. I think we just played it a few weeks ago.
We played it on 9/11.
We were on 9/11. Man, Brent publicly, out of every radio
Soon as
station in the
the
world,
second plane hit.
any television station in the world, any other form of the media, I never heard anybody call it out as to who did it earlier than Brent did. And the minute the second plane hit, because if you remember, the first plane hit and nobody really knew that it was a big jetliner because there wasn't enough film on it. Some people thought it was like a private plane.
An accident.
And kind of an accident deal. Well, so now everybody's focused on the building, and then here comes this big 737 or whatever the hell it was.
It hit for the second time.
And within 5 seconds, Brent Hatley goes, "I'm telling you right now,
that's the
work of a man named Osama bin Laden."
Jesus, $10 total make Friday a weekend.
And so you're familiar with that.
Okay.
Okay. Now, Building 7, the Twin Towers were just not, the property in itself just weren't two big towers. They actually had
other buildings got smashed.
Well, they had other buildings on that block that were connected to the Twin Towers that were far littler buildings.
Financial district.
Yeah, it was.
But they got knocked down too.
Well,
or just ruined.
Well, there's a conspiracy, and so Building 7 as the Twin Towers. Now, did Building 7 go down?
It was later.
Yeah. So out of nowhere, there's this conspiracy theory that we as the government Building 7 ended up getting blown up too. But no plane hit it. No infrastructure or rubble.
It was on fire.
Of the...
So a gas line running down. Got it.
No, I mean, here's Gene Lasker, who knows nothing about it, that might really know maybe just off the top of your head what really did happen. There's a bunch of conspiracy theories that says that they call it Building 7 got pulled, meaning we blew up Building 7.
47 stories, by the way, Bob Tuscan just said.
Is that how big it was?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Wow, you don't realize how big the Twin Towers were at 103 or 4?
Yeah.
And so, Gene, the conspiracy theory is we, the government, blew up Building 7.
For what reason?
We don't. That's the big.
Well, they said that people in there was what? The IRS, the Secret Service, the CIA had offices all in there.
So we're going to kill our own people?
No, I think it was pretty much all evacuated to pretty much get rid of documents that were in there.
So they just wanted a new building to use it for insurance.
No,
there was an insurance.
Hold on. Let's let Gene sled through this. Gene, why do you... So...
The only way you're going to take your own building out is because you want a free one.
Right, but I think, Gene, at that point, everything was they were going to build that whole entire district. I don't think any building was...
so then one of them gas lines got jammed up underneath the earth there and ruptured and finally broke and cracked and took it down.
Blowed it up. So it's as simple as that.
Well, that's probably the only thing that could get it, other than the earth was damaged underneath because of that building going so far into the ground that it caused a crack or a sinkhole underneath that building.
Well, but I mean, there's
broke a gas line and
now,
boom.
Is there footage on Building 7 collapsing?
Yes, there is.
All right, so if let me consider,
very clear.
So is it clear?
The vibration could have broke the foundation.
And there was a subway line that went underneath all those areas too.
Now, did anybody die in Building 7? Or did they have it all?
I think it was all completely evacuated.
Well, then what's the big deal?
Right.
Like, what's the big deal? If nobody died and we blew it up because we were trying to cut, I don't know. Like, here's my stance. It's like, if nobody died, then what's the matter?
But The way this one went down, it did. I mean, it looks like an implosion for sure.
So why would we do that?
Because they were trying to hide all the evidence.
Yeah,
you sending it to me, Lummy?
I sent it to you.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Oh, the evidence of
The IRS,
taking
the Secret Service,
taking
a lot of tax things were in there.
What does anybody in the room think that we took that building down?
A lot of people do.
I mean, we should probably do a survey. I mean, Lummy, what's your opinion of Building 7? Let me play it first. Now,
That's it at the end of the street.
Is this
Yep.
Building 7?
Yep. Yeah.
Okay. So at this point, the Twin Towers have already gone down.
By the way, this is taller than any building in Tampa, right?
Right. But what I'm saying is, at this point, have both towers fallen?
Yes. This is what somebody said. He said 520.
Here we go. It's only 1 minute and 21 seconds.
Where's that smoke coming from? From the building itself?
Yes.
Yeah, it fell.
I sent you another angle, Bubba.
Is it better than this one?
Yeah.
All right, let's get rid of this one.
Kind of see a top side of it.
I think I remember this angle.
The vibration from them big buildings falling down hurt all of that. Hurt the earth, the buildings, the structure.
Right. So here's the building, and here's it going down.
Look how quick.
That does look like kind of the way when they're taken down to one of the old buildings in Vegas, and like the circus, you know.
Yeah. All buildings falling down look the same. They all fall.
All buildings falling down look the same. ...
Some fall over sideways.
They all fall.
Oh wow, that's.
I mean, that to me looks like a controlled pull.
Okay, so it got lucky and looks controlled. So what? The vibrations of the earth being tore up from 9/11 busted, even cracked all the beams in that building.
Do you think 9/11 was an inside job, Gene?
No. I mean, it could have been paid off inside job type gimmick, maybe, but
I think
no,
I think Gene Lasker's official opinion is he didn't really care about Building 7.
No, I don't.
I mean, right? I mean, in the overall scheme of things of your life, I don't think you care.
No, it doesn't really matter to anybody, especially if no one got hurt.
So
Who
you were
cares?
in the bank when that happened?
So I'm in the bank making a deposit, and I'm watching the TV when the first plane hits.
And he calls me up.
I called him. I called the warm line.
On the warm
Hey,
line.
man, you need to turn TV on. I said, we just got a plane just went into the damn towers. So he turns it on and starts reporting it, and then the second one hit, and that's when Brent yelled out, "Obama did that."
Not Obama. Although that's a hell of an opinion. Obama might have been like
Who
18.
was it? It was the other guy.
Osama bin Laden.
Osama was a long-legged Baghdadi also.
He was. Obama, Barack, he did it.
He could hoop too.
Michelle helped. Hello, who's this?
Bubba, it's Jeff from U.S. Customs.
Hi, Jeff, U.S. Customs. How's the custom business doing nowadays, buddy?
Bro, I'm retired, brother. I told you that the last time I talked to you.
That's
guys.
Hey, is that U.S. Customs like, the customs for the people coming over the country?
Yeah.
Yes. Are you going to vote? This dude ain't going to vote for Trump.
Hold on, let me ask you a question, Jeff from the U.S. Customs. Who are you going to vote for?
The guy that's on your screen there, the guy with the orange skin and the nice hair.
He's going to fire you?
No, Gene, this guy's retired, dumbass.
Oh. Okay.
Gene, I got run over by a semi-truck working for U.S. Customs many years ago.
So let me ask you a question.
Yes,
yesterday when I did the immigration numbers from the U.S. Immigration's office, and we went through how many people came into this country, 16 through 20 and 20 through current, it looks like the current administration has let in approximately 6.4 million more people than Donald Trump did. Does that seem about right? Does that go along what you think?
I think it's low. I think it's a low estimate.
And
then, by the way, we did the wrong dates too, Bubba, because we're supposed to just do 17, 18, 19, 20. So we threw another 300,000 on the Trump's number.
So he's probably closer to 2 million? Because I had him at 2.4 million.
Yeah.
Here's the deal. Fundamentally, the way, and I've kind of researched this a little bit because immigration is at my very top of what I'm concerned about. It really is. Immigration is my very top. And here's the thing. The way, and I watched Kamala on, you can't get away from, she's interviewing every day. I mean, she's doing as many interviews as she can, as she should. But, she fundamentally does not want to answer the question as to, in her first day, or in her boss's very first day of being president, they changed the policy from catch and return to catch and release. And the difference was, we were prior to that, us as a country, prior to Joe Biden taking over, they caught him and they turned him around and told him to get back into Mexico. And fundamentally, the change on Biden's first day was, we caught him and we turned him around and headed him into America. Now, fundamentally, as elementary as that sounds, is that the truth?
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. They used to call them VRs, voluntary returns, and you just catch them, they come through, so you get back to Mexico. So much is done, Bubba, without any paperwork even being done. They would just send them back to Mexico.
Right. I mean, like a lot of cop work, like cops don't write down everything they do. If a cop pulls you over and says, hey, slow it down a tad, he doesn't sometimes even want to write that up. So you're saying, as a border agent, you'd catch a slew of them, and you'd say, hey, Pedro, turn around and go back. I'm not going to write you up. I'm not going to do you an intake willy. You're not going to spend the night on a steel cot. Just go home. Turn around and get out of here.
Absolutely. I started my career with the Border Patrol before I joined U.S. Customs.
So again,
I saw how all that started.
In a fundamental and elementary, very, very, very pared down way, I think the way that I have learned this is that fundamentally Joe Biden on his first day changed the policy. Instead of catch and return back to Mexico, catch, turn around, and make them go back, we catch and let them in. And that's it's absolute first grade mentality type explanation. That's the difference of what we are doing, period.
Absolutely, you're 100% right. Not to mention the asylum stuff that you had talked about a while ago. When you apply for asylum, you're supposed to go to the nearest country. Or if you're in Mexico, you go to the port of entry. You don't apply for asylum between the ports of entry. That's not how it works. And they allowed all that too, and then release these people into the country.
And here's the deal. I mean, I just wish somebody could break it down as simply as I did. Period. Or Kamala admit to that, because that's fundamentally the truth. She speaks about, on day one, they made a fundamental change on how they processed immigrants. And that, again, the easiest way to understand was, instead of catching them and making them go back, we caught them and let them in and gave them some makeup. We give them some makeup court date that's 4 years from now, and we hope that they show up at this imaginary court date 4 years from now. But we were spending billions and billions of dollars while they're in our country, illegally or legally. We subsidize and spend billions of dollars on these people that we should just turn around and make them go back.
Can I ask a real quick?
Well, you're conflating two issues, Bubba. The people applying for asylum that they let in is ridiculous enough. I'm talking about the people from Mexico that just come over, they catch them, and they send them back. We're talking about two different things. It's all wrong. No matter what, it's all wrong. If you don't abide by the letter of the law and you don't have a border, you don't have a nation.
Can we chip them?
You are in this world.
Can we chip them?
Yeah, like instead of when we release them,
they're just going to dig their chips out.
Okay,
that's all they're going to do.
Then we put them in the wrist area, and if you cut them out, it's going to be a bad day for you.
Please, Gene can dig out his chip and have it fixed.
Real quick, let me change the subject real quick if I can.
Yes, please, quickly though, because I'm way behind.
Mr. Lasker's right about what he's saying with the World Trade Center. When I left, the Justice Department and went over to Treasury to work for U.S. Customs, my first duty station was 6 World Trade Center. And what he's saying is so right that it's beyond comprehension. I mean, those buildings were enormous. We had tunnels under there. We had shooting ranges under there. There was billions upon billions of dollars worth of narcotics and seized materials under there.
Oh.
Yeah, it was remarkable what was under the World Trade Center. So for the idea that anybody's going to blow a building up for the sake of blowing
So
a building
Lasker's
up,
right by saying, let me tell you something, the earth.
You hurt
or
the
a-
earth,
or-
man.
or
Them
the-
buildings hurt it.
Or a gas line or something got jammed
Cracked
up
all the beams.
and it hurt the earth.
The vibrations so bad.
As
And he's right. He's absolutely right.
well, he usually is in his little type way. Gene Lasker's.
But remember, I mean, I was stationed at World Trade Center 6 and at Kennedy Airport, and we used to obviously do the whole area. My point is, you take those two buildings that size, and they're going into the ground, and you got all that jet fuel going underground with the buildings that went down those elevator shafts. And again, Mr. Lasker can explain this better than I can. I think it only takes about 1,000 degrees to begin to ruin the structural integrity of steel.
I mean, Gene,
All those things
Gene,
come
let me
down
ask you a
and it
question.
starts burning.
Gene, you have an oven and you heat metal as part of your powder coating process. At what degree does metal start to fatigue?
1,200 degrees.
At 1,200 degrees, even I-beams start to become
around the edges.
Well, it wasn't that. It was the architecture of the building. It had joists that were connecting to the core columns and then connecting to the wall. And once those started pulling in and bending and warping,
nobody in their right mind thought a plane was going to hit it. And if a plane did hit it, it was going to bounce off
Well,
of
it's
it.
supposed to be able to survive.
They had no idea of all that jet fuel just scorching the beams would it hold.
Exactly.
And you're talking about listen, regular gasoline is 87% octane. Jet fuel's about 110.
119.
Yeah, so,
it would have blown out pretty quick though to
anyway,
use up
but
all that fuel.
I got to get going, but I really, really appreciate when you call and give us some, right from the horse's mouth statistics of a guy, that worked for the government in the immigration system. Appreciate you. More importantly, I appreciate you being Bubba.
I appreciate you guys. You guys are all wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you, buddy.
I
gotta go to words. Let me. So
I am Building 7.
So you're saying what?
I told you what happened. Believe it.
Okay. I am Building 7. That's Gene Lasker's new T-shirt. I don't know if that means he's going to blow himself up. I don't know me if the earth underneath his feet's going to crumble. I don't know.
He's a walking mystery.
I think so.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Says everything's complete nonsense. What about the other towers?
I think Bob should find Anna's new show and do a show with her.
All right, if you guys want to mark out the Gene, you can do that. You know what? I think we should have a mark out session to the one and only Seth Kushner.
Oh, fuck. Tuttle, please.
The thing about
Seth Kushner gets marked out 5 days a week.
Okay, the I-beam is the I-beam.
Lummy, are you going to get a hold of Mike from Napa?
They're either bolted.
Yeah, he said he was working on it with his guys. He doesn't live here anymore.
Here, I'll show you. My dad was a skilled merchant, okay? So on the
Well, what time's he gonna
outside
be here today,
The outside
Lummy?
wall was a part of the structure.
What time's his
okay?
flight
It was
land?
tied in
He's supposed
with
to get his guys in
barges,
Tampa.
not beams.
What?
And then you had
He's getting with
big
his guys in
humongous
Tampa.
columns running down the middle. So it connected to all those. So once you tied it into the wall became part of the structure itself. And then you had your floors. You had your floors and then you poured those and stuff. What happened is once those things it didn't melt them. When it got hot, it started twisting those.
Twisting and
then what it did was it pulled the walls in.
But everything that was bolted together.
You just need a failure. That's all.
We didn't use nothing better than a grade 8 bolt.
Well, I think they were also probably using rivets on top of those as well too, which
And the
is
rivet
even
and
better.
all that shit gave away.
But it pancaked. If you notice, once it started doubling
They're
every
trying to say,
time.
well, it would have never fell that way. How do you know how it's going to fall?
Okay.
We ain't practiced knocking down 59-story buildings. We ain't practiced doing it.
Mudball 15 says, exclamation point, 100, Bob Tuscan says 100% Steve.
It shows a little picture.
Seth is the man.
The walls fell. the walls fell into it, which caused
Right now, Seth Money is the man. This segment, we got about 3 minutes left. We're marking out to Seth during this segment. Get in your Seth love. Get in your money for Seth.
Tunnel's like a carny.
Here today,
He's like
okay?
a carny caller.
Come on.
He's like that guy, high and dry, looking for a player. Come on.
Seth's riding with Biden.
Yeah. They can say anything they want, huh?
Seth is the best singer in the land. I don't know anything about building something, but I did sleep at a Holiday Inn last night.
Oh, man.
They blew up somebody said Bob Tuscan says that they blew up the Titanic.
Underwater or at top?
Well, the iceberg had a bomb in it. I don't know. All right, guys. Let's get in. It's an open call. Anybody can get in and mark out for anybody on the show right now.
Anybody, it's open. Open phone lines. Open
Your
request
listener's
hour.
choice. I say we get a couple in here and we mark out to the man, the myth, the legend, Bubba the Love Sponge.
That's never gonna happen, buddy.
Somebody want to know what type of Harley does Gene ride?
He's got a couple of them.
Yeah, a couple of them, yeah.
What's your...
A 2020 limited street
Did you guys say ride with Biden because Let's Go Brandon is stupid as fuck now?
Yeah, Michael McGinnis, my hair, I washed it last night and it's very fluffy, so it gets in my face. I'm getting a haircut.
So all these guys that we're reading about that's asking us questions are listening to us right now?
Yes, uh-huh.
Hopefully nothing else better to do.
Hopefully they're not driving. We have 1,174 people just in YouTube.
Well,
But
if they all sent me $1 today, I'd be happy.
Never Mike said
but
they're
we're also
pulling the
on
parts.
Twitter
Pulling
too.
the parts.
That's
So do we need to go to a certain Napa to pick them up?
I'll ask him that.
Ask him, would it be easier to me to run by? And what Napa would I be going to?
Big Buck says Bubba is the man. This show doesn't exist without Bubba.
Of course not.
Somebody said.
How would they do that?
Somebody said Seth sits to pee, which I do as well too. So.
That's the rugged MAGA community.
Lasker, you the man. Man, getting a lot of love today, guys. We all really appreciate it. Somebody thought it was funny when you said, I am building 7.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios. Aquabito.com. Promo code BUBBA. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Lasker has been great today. Tuttle, you've been a good little carnival marker as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
What did she eat? The carnival marker?
What's that?
Yeah, carnival barker.
Yeah,
Barker.
just trying to drum up
Carney.
business. Step right up here and read chat and tell Gene how cool he is.
Donate some money.
And now Gene knows. I mean, Gene, you learn something every day. You could actually have somewhat of an intellectual conversation about somebody that walked up to you and said, "Hey, Gene, what do you think about Building 7?" What would you say? Gene, what do you think about Building 7?
I think a lot of people think that, we did that on purpose to hide some facts of maybe that we took down the Twin Towers ourselves, but that's not real.
Gene, you got to get into the mic. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to correct you.
I'm over here reading.
I know.
He's reading chat now.
Oh, he's getting chat.
You got my chat all the way over to the right.
Seth, can you step in and tell them about...
Well, no, they love him, Bubba. It's a lot of praise.
Bubba,
It's all
if
great.
you remember why
I apologize,
we didn't
Gene.
pull up chat when he first came in, you said, don't let Gene read chat.
Yeah, because I was afraid, because,
Well, then you said that he would just sit and read chat the whole time.
Right.
And that's what I was doing. I was doing that and talking at the same time, no, Mike.
Sorry, I
But
didn't
anyway,
mean to
I'd
correct
say,
you, Gene.
listen, Building 7, everybody's got the thought of...
you don't think the government did an inside job deal?
Yeah, it was an inside job deal. No. Vibrations and inner structural damage from the earth moving took that building down, too.
See, but that sounds like kind of like you know what you're talking about. That sounds smart. You didn't know what Building 7 was when you first walked in today.
But when I seen the picture up there and I seen how close it was to the other, that's just probably what happened.
Man, Trump was on fire last night, and he was at some kind of press secretary kind of deal. I don't know.
It's a charity.
It's like
thing
a
that
roast.
They do. Yeah,
it's like a roast.
It's where the technically the
media.
The media, and then also Harris and Trump are supposed to be there and kind of make fun of each other.
And did she show?
No, she sent a video in.
Oh, she did?
Yeah.
Do we have that?
See if I can find
This
it.
whole thing sounds really dumb.
And Jim Gaffigan was like the MC, I think.
Well, I saw the 5 things that Trump talked about, and they all seemed like they were pretty funny and zingers.
These are just 5 jokes. He talked for 24 minutes.
I understand. Yeah, he can never.
Is it a fundraiser or?
Yeah, it's a fund. It's
Okay.
AI.
Yeah.
It's the the AI Smith dinner. I think is what
Here
it
we
is.
I used to think the Democrats were crazy for saying that men have periods, but then I met Tim Walz.
That means.
Well, I'd better wrap up because Mayor Adams told me earlier that I needed to make this one very quick, especially the city has reserved this room for a large group of illegal aliens coming in from Texas. There's a group called White Dudes for Harris. Have you seen this? White Dudes for Harris. Anybody know? Are some of you here? White Dudes for Harris doesn't sound like it. But I'm not worried about them at all because their wives and their wives' lovers are all voting for me. A major issue in this race is child care, and Kamala has put forward a concept of a plan. A lot of people don't like it. The only piece of advice I would have for her in the event that she wins would be not to let her husband, Doug, anywhere near the nannies.
Oh, my
Keep 'em
God.
away.
I mean, that is stiff.
I mean, the jokes are great, but the delivery is just so dry.
They wouldn't
though.
give him a teleprompter.
Man.
Oh, my God.
I don't care what Donald Trump says, Kamala, I don't care what you do with child care. Just keep your husband away from the nannies.
Why, did he cheat with the nannies?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
That's a nasty one. Chuck Schumer is here looking very glum. Doesn't he look glum? He looks glum.
Listen what he says now. Listen.
But look on the bright side, Chuck, considering how woke your party has become. If Kamala loses, you still have a chance to become the first woman president.
Okay, I'll give him that one.
Oh, wow.
That was a great
I
setup.
sent you the Kamala one.
All right, so good. We saw the Trump one.
Hers is not going to be the same.
Well, let's give her, let's give her a chance. Tuttle.
Mm-hmm. Do you think that he had joke writers, or do you think he just found that stuff on Twitter?
No, he had joke writers.
Okay.
He had joke, and we listen. As much as we gave him a chance to be funny, which by the way, I think he nailed it.
It's going to be bad.
Let's see how well she does. I first think I wish she would have showed up in person.
Yeah.
And not, sent in a video.
Oh, sorry.
Hey, what's going on? Who was that?
Oh, sorry, Mary Catherine Elliott. Mary Catherine Elliott. As soon as
Is that the girl that plays
Molly Shannon
on Saturday Night Live?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Very nice to meet you, Mary Catherine. Right now I'm trying to record my speech for tonight's dinner.
Oh, yeah, I know. I just want to say that I'm Catholic, and tonight is one of the biggest dinners next to the Last Supper.
It is a very important dinner, and it's an important tradition that I'm so proud to be a part of.
Sometimes when I get nervous, I stick my fingers under my arms and I simmer them like that. That's gross.
So tell me something. I'm giving a speech. Do you have some thoughts about what I might say tonight?
My feelings about what you should say tonight would be best expressed in a monologue from one of my favorite made-for-TV series.
Okay.
By the way, she is such a great actress.
Yeah.
She really is.
Let's hear it.
Don't you see, man? We need a woman to represent us. A woman brings more heart, more compassion. And think how smart she must be to become a top contender in a field dominated by men. It's time for a woman, bro. And with this woman...
By the way, let me quickly, don't mean to interrupt her. Will you find me the Stephen A. Smith goes off on Barack Obama?
Yes.
Oh, did everybody see that?
Yes, I did. That was
I
good.
heard about it.
Seth, did you see it?
No.
Oh, my God.
That was good.
You've got to hear it. It was yesterday. Hold on.
We can fly!
What series was that from?
Oh, that's from House of Dragons, now streaming on HBO Max.
Is there anything that you think that maybe I shouldn't bring up tonight?
Well, don't lie. Thou shalt not bear false witness to thy neighbor.
Indeed, especially thy neighbor's election results.
Just so you know, there will be a fact checker there tonight.
Oh, that's great. Who?
Jesus. And maybe don't say anything negative about Catholics.
I would never do that, no matter where I was. That would be like criticizing Detroit in Detroit.
Does it bother you that Trump guy insults you all the time? Because it really bothers my friends and me.
Oh, Mary Catherine, it's very important to always remember you should never let anyone tell you who you are. You tell them who you are.
I mean, something Gene Lasker's lived by his entire life. That's a Gene Lasker code.
That's a simpleton
Don't
code.
worry about, it's a simpleton 101. Don't worry about what they say about you. Worry about what you think about yourself. Hi, I'm Gene Lasker. Gene Lasker one time told Steve Kinzer, who's the greatest, absolutely the greatest sprint car driver
Of all times.
Of all times.
Really?
He's the Tom Brady of sprint car racing. And he walked, and Kinzer, we were at Volusia running, and Gene had won a lot. Gene's probably, he goes, let me tell you something, King. You might be the king of sprint cars, but I'm the king of Florida. And he goes, okay, buddy, whatever.
Peter's going to hate. Shake it off.
And then Lasowski comes up and says, what did you just say?
I think we was in Texas Motorsports Speedway, wasn't we, then?
Yeah.
Shake it off.
Shake it off.
Shake it off.
So bad.
Good for you, Mary
They're
Catherine.
ready. Oh, yeah, okay. And also remember one more thing. Don't worry if you make a mistake, because Catholic people are very forgiving. Yeah. And also, one last thing I want to tell you. Don't forget to say, superstar!
Thank you, Mary Catherine.
Thank you, Mamala.
Thank you. Your Eminence and distinguished guest, the Al Smith Dinner provides a rare opportunity to set aside partisanship and come together to do some good.
Now, is that it, Lummy?
Yeah,
I guess he was pretty much done. I mean, that's what they.
Now, did you give me the Stephen A. Smith
I sent it
stuff?
to you, yeah.
Oh, man. Seth, you've not seen this?
No.
Did you see Biden and Obama like whispering? Is that what that's about? Like they were at that funeral and they had the lip readers?
No.
They're the lip readers, yeah. And
No,
there's-
I've not seen that story, but I've seen this. And Barack is trying to say that if you don't vote for Kamala Harris, then you just fundamentally have a problem with putting a woman as our leader, which I'm going to tell you something. I'm probably not going to vote for Kamala Harris, just in full honesty, but it has nothing to do with the fact of what gender she is. In fact, I think that in my lifetime, our country needs a female leader.
Do you think Hillary?
It's just not her. I think it could have been a Tulsi Gabbard. It could be a Nikki Haley. It pains me to say this, but I would feel more confident voting for Hillary Clinton right now. If somebody put a gun to my head and said Hillary or Kamala, I'm voting Hillary.
Yeah.
We need we've checked the African American box. We need to, as a country, one of these days, keep going with the empowerment of women, and we need a woman president someday.
Mexican. That's what we need next.
Well, and so it's just.
You think we need a woman VP first?
We had one. We've had one.
Kamala.
We had one.
Oh yeah, I forgot.
Were you track meeting?
Yeah, are you okay? Are you
guys? I don't know.
Is that Levaquin got you off your game?
I mean, I don't know. Like, I think she's the president. I don't know what's going on, man. Like, I'm paying attention to what's happening in the Middle East, and everybody's clamoring for Kamala to, release a statement when Joe Biden's still the president.
Yeah, well, here's the deal. And I think where Trump messed up,
Ben Slade, $40,
is that I don't think JD Vance really moves the needle one way or the other. I think he's better than the other vice presidential candidate, but I think that Trump's an absolute rock star if he would have thrown one Tulsi Gabbard in there. Or two, Nikki Haley. Tulsi Gabbard being head and shoulders above Nikki Haley. And Donald could be like, as narcissistic and megalomania that you think. Let me just tell you something. I care so much about this country that I've already given you your first female president. It'll be the person that succeeds me, Tulsi Gabbard. Very smart girl, not bad on the eyes. You know, he could listen. He's always making it about him. He could take that, you know, credit too. The reason why you're going to have the first female president is because she's going to be my vice president, and we're going to nail it. We're going to make America great again. She's just going to keep it going on. So, Barack Obama, which I don't have a problem with until he does stupid stuff like this. I don't have a problem with Barack Obama until Barack Obama starts playing politics.
What else does he play?
Well, I mean, you know, just be the former president and worldly great guy that you are, and stay out of this mess, because this is a mess. You don't see Bill Clinton really nudging up in here too much now, do you?
He's doing a little stomping.
Not much.
Yeah, well, they just started putting him with the vice president candidate.
So listen, Stephen A. Smith may not be your cup of tea, but I think we could all agree that he says it like it is. First of all, he's African American. Second of all, he's very, 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 very smart, very well spoken, and kind of has a reputation of saying it like it is.
I'd put Candace Owens in there.
Oh,
what? No. Oh, my God.
No.
She knows everything. Okay, she knows it.
Okay.
And she's not afraid to say it.
Well, neither. So
not afraid to do the right thing either.
I wanted Seth to see this. Here it goes.
Before I go any further,
by the way, one of the things I love about Stephen A. Smith is I love his delivery.
He's animated.
He's got such a great delivery. He's kind of like an African American Howard Cosell, is he not?
Yeah, he does have a cadence.
Cadence. Yeah, he kind of does.
Before I go any further, I want you to hear exactly what this man had to say.
I'm speaking to men directly now. Part of it makes me think that, well, you just aren't feeling the idea of having a woman as president. That's not acceptable.
Respectfully, President Obama, what you said is not acceptable. Is it possible that the only reason some black folks may not be inclined to vote, or they may be a bit disenchanted, or dare I say may even be willing to go as far as voting for Trump? Is it possible that it's policy as opposed to misogyny, inflation, the cost of living, the price of gas, the price of groceries? That don't matter? Immigration and our borders, and this belief that there's an elevated level of sensitivity towards them, as opposed to black folks struggling, if not starving, in this country. Yes, that plays a role too. When the mayor of New York was talking about $53 million in prepaid credit cards for immigrants who came across our borders illegally, and
$53 million for credit cards for immigrants.
How is this not problematic? I mean,
hold on.
Having prepaid credit cards for them. And I said, wait a minute, black folks been starving for years. We ain't get that. You don't think they notice?
Isn't that
That's great.
That's awesome. Stop making it about gender and start making it about policy, period.
Is he still on ESPN or any of the other places?
No, hold on. He's as big as he's ever been.
How will this, I mean, you don't think like Disney or any of these other people are going to like...
You didn't see Disney pull Club Shay Shay after he was blashing Michelle.
No, you're right. You're right.
I mean, and you know what? Stephen A. Smith is one of their big superstars.
No, he is definitely.
He's one of their biggest franchises. I'm not saying he's untouchable, but
McAfee's up there as well.
Oh, McAfee is right. If not ahead of him, behind him. That's 1-2, 2-1, respectfully.
I think they're so big they have a problem with one another, don't they?
I think
they kind of do.
Yeah, they do. They are. They're so big that they got a problem with each other. But neither one will ever be. Well, neither one will be touched.
No,
I think Disney would get rid of McAfee before Stephen A.
I agree with that too.
I think McAfee could go out and do something of his own.
Well, so could Stephen A. Smith.
Either one. You become so big, like Rogan, that you don't need Spotify. You just need your own brand. Tucker Tucker doesn't need Fox. Tucker needs the TCN, the Tucker Carlson Network. He's doing full-blown documentaries. You know, he's doing interviews that are getting 60 and 70 million views.
Did you see that?
It's a good show on Fox did 4 million.
Did you see that politician had said that Tucker's being funded by the Russian government?
Yeah, they said a lot of guys are. Alex Stein's funded by the Russian government.
I mean, you know, we're funded by the Indiana Mafia.
If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
We
I sent you guys a text message, Bubba, and said.
Well, oh, okay.
You in trouble?
No, it's just an address.
Oh.
Just make it easier for her to get the stuff.
Thank you. So, sounds that you got power back. We'll start House of Dragons if you want to watch it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think I should be able to. House of Dragons.
I'm not. It's House. Yeah.
That's
House of the Dragons.
That's the only prequel that's been out.
Yeah.
Okay.
But then they got another spinoff about Duncan and Egg. Duncan Egg. It was one of the Sir Duncan the Tall. Remember, like when they're going through the book of nights and they're reading about Jamie, and the night before Jamie, they talk about Duncan.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
This is important. Seth, if you can go pick that up and take that right down, just take your car and everything right down to Caesar from Rubber City. Can Phoebe pick you up?
Yeah.
And then you're done.
Yeah. I got no problem doing that.
As soon as the show's over, don't even do the pop-up with me. Just get the fuck out of here so that you're not fucking your time up.
Well, it's all good. We were gonna do it because Rubber City's down by Sam's school, so we were gonna do it to where she drops me off and then we go pick her up. So.
So you got a little bit of time.
Yeah, I got time. So
that
I can stay.
That is 18 minutes from here. I just did that.
Yeah, no, I can stay for the show, and then I gotta edit the pigmentation, and then I'll go.
Okay, I'm gonna make it a real quick one.
Yeah, just do like a half hour.
Yeah.
All
You're
right.
not upset that I'm not staying, are you, Bubba?
No, not at all.
Okay. I just want to make sure.
You got to get out of here.
Yep.
So you pick up those, Seth.
Okay.
And then when you go pick up Sammy, I'll tell Caesar what time you're swinging by. What do you say, 3 o'clock?
No. I'll be there like probably like 1:30.
1:30.
Yeah.
Hey, Gene.
All right, perfect.
I forgot to ask you. I think last time I saw you in the studio, you were you had gone down to. Like,
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Buddies.
I already handled it with Caesar too, so you know.
There was a murder or somebody that you had known, or like one of your friends that you.
Can
had
I leave
known,
the
you
story
were
about
going to
Caesar
the
doing
courthouse
8 kilos?
See, it was like
on the
a trial.
pigmentation pod?
How did that end up?
What's that now?
Can I leave the story in about Caesar doing 8 kilos of
They
cocaine
got life
on the pigmentation pod?
Dude, well, we're on hot mic, so I can't say
the
that.
Because you were talking to the guys and I was recording, and because the episode got cut short, I was going to put it like as a bonus track.
I guess
We were
45
talking, and You
years.
could hear you clearly.
Now, can they be gotten to?
You can put that on the podcast.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
No, I'm just saying.
What up, Neil?
That's life with no parole, though, right?
Yeah.
If the system
Look at my girl on TV.
fails them, they'll get it.
Okay.
Ew.
That
Yeah.
the system.
Kelly Ripka looks like she
moves
just
them or
fucking
puts them
needs a
somewhere.
Yeah, they
Oh.
can be good.
It's the
right guard
contrast of the
that
TV.
happens to be watching them.
1:30? Did you say?
Oh,
or
it can
one?
definitely happen.
Like 1:30.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if
Should I just go in and
things
say I'm
fell
dropping
into
this off for
places
Caesar?
the right
Yeah.
way,
All right.
the right, it could be done.
Yeah.
Okay.
There was 4. One's missing. He's missing, and one got 45, and these 2 got life. And
I'm saying if I got life with no parole, I'd say just kill me, because I think it's just punishment to be like sitting in a cell all your
yeah,
fucking
it's a
life.
great punishment, you know. But, yeah, completely out of our hands now. It's in.
Was the family okay with it? Like, I mean.
Well, he didn't have much family. He had a mom, and you know, we take care of mom. Mom took his
cool.
house, and we watch her, and we keep our eyes on her. He's got a sister, and this, you know, she just figures Paul chose that life, so he got what he got.
Yeah. How many of y'all showed up for it? Like,
Like the verdict was.
Well, it was 4 of us that was there every single day.
Damn.
With 2 weeks. Yeah, I was there every single day.
I was at his funeral, remember?
Yep.
Paul, right?
Paul.
Yeah, I was at Paul's funeral. You remember that? I sat my one really
They put a
bad.
tank on the end of our street guiding us each way. There was probably 40 side streets from us to the...
Did you guys ride the bikes and stuff?
Yeah, of course. From us to... Okay, so it was absolutely 11 miles from the clubhouse to the...
Cemetery?
Cemetery, well, to the where we burned him up the next day.
Oh, okay.
To where they were having...
The crematorium? Or
Well, not the crematorium, where they were having the...
Service.
The service.
Yeah.
When the first back was
Broadcasting live from the Aquabedo Studios.
Aquabedo.com, promo code BUBBA.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Busy day today. Sethy boy got to pick up his... I mean, Seth, this is really real man stuff.
I'm jealous.
You're going down to your Napa, your local Napa dealer. You're picking up your parts.
Napa know-how.
I mean, this is like almost the life that Gene Lasker would leave, except Gene would live. Gene would be doing his own brake job, but Gene, you'd have to go down to Napa, pick up your parts, or have them delivered.
And I had me a couple rebuild kits for my calipers.
So, stop with that nonsense. So, Seth's a real man. Seth's going to go down to Napa. He's got a guy to ask for. A guy's got to give him four rotors. Now, Seth, got to tell you, the road, it's kind of going to be kind of heavy.
Is it?
Yeah.
Do they have shopping carts?
They're not all in one box.
No, they're not in one. They're all in individual
You just have to make
boxes.
a couple trips.
Okay, I can do
So
that.
you're gonna have 4 boxes of rotors, and then you're gonna have probably
That's 2 trips.
two boxes of brake stuff.
Yeah, put one set in one.
Then
one
you're
set in the
gonna run that. So you're going to the parts store, Seth.
Yeah.
You're a real man.
Yeah.
Who's doing this?
Caesar, my buddy Caesar from Rubber City. You know Caesar.
Yeah.
Good mom and pop shop. Been around for 30 years.
Yeah.
Good guy. Works on all Fabrizi's stuff. Works on all my stuff.
Gene seems hesitant.
No, Gene's hesitant. Gene would rather do it himself, to be honest with you.
How much
but
do
he
you
doesn't
think
I don't think Gene's got a car lift anymore.
Yes, I got drive on and a center lift.
Oh, of course.
What's the weight of all those parts? You think, like...
The rotors weigh about 15 pounds a piece.
I think Seth could get them all out in one run.
No, let's
No,
not.
he probably will.
The
back ones are kind of light.
So,
thin.
Can I ask one of the gentlemen to help me, or is that a little...
I'd make them help you.
Oh, wow.
Say, hey, we guys...
Say, hey, Napa-ho, help me out.
Napa-ho.
Can I call them Navajos?
Yeah, that's what I do.
So realistically, what we should be doing is we should be doing this on a Saturday down at Gene's shop, and Gene show Seth on how to do it as a man.
That would be cool, actually.
Yeah.
I'd love to learn something from Gene.
Gene's a hell of a teacher. He taught me how to drive a sprint car.
Nice.
Taught me how to do all kinds of different things.
Made you win.
So you're going to go, as a man, you're going to go, so you're going to the parts store to pick up your parts?
Yep.
Then you're taking...
My name's Seth Kushner. I'm here for the brakes and the rotors.
For my
And
rotors.
Lasker said make sure you change all the brake fluid.
Change all the brake fluid and send out your strongest gentleman to help me to my Ford Fusion. Thank you.
So then you're gonna.
Napa.
So then he's gonna take his new Napa brake parts down to Caesar at Rubber City. He's dropping off his car because Caesar's behind because they were closed for 3 days because of the power deal. And I think you're gonna pick it up on Saturday, and you'll have brand new brakes and I'm
not going to put myself or my family at risk of death anymore.
No.
You know, I learned my lesson.
Although what I should do is I should send you some oil and have them just do an oil change while they got your car up.
Yep.
Shouldn't I, Gene?
Yep.
Well, he's going to need to get a filter while he's there.
Yeah. So
A K&N.
yeah. So I might have you when you go to Napa, get an oil filter for your car.
Okay.
A K&N oil filter.
You should
for
be
your
able to
car.
change my oil. I mean, I could just watch that video and do it myself.
No, you really couldn't.
No.
Okay.
You can't.
You right. Easy.
I mean,
I'm just trying to be-
Tobin changes the oil
Gene
around the shop.
Gene.
Come on, man.
Gene.
Gene, I'm
Do you think you could get the oil filter off?
He wouldn't even know how to. If I gave him an oil filter wrench, he wouldn't know how to work it.
What about the I bet he would forget to put the plug back in.
I'm just a fast talking city boy. I don't really even understand.
Fast talking city boy.
I don't know anything. I want to learn though, Gene. I want to be a man.
What did you just fall downhill?
Yeah.
Yes.
From the city.
So anyway,
Yes.
from the city. Did you fall downhill from the city? Yeah. So listen, baby steps.
I don't know how I got here, Gene.
So I may have to give how many? Let me do a oil capacity with oil filter change on a 2019 Ford Fusion.
5 quarts.
Do you need the VIN?
Is it 5 quarts, Gene?
Very well. There you go.
5 quarts. Is that with filter, Gene?
Yep.
Okay. So I'm just going to ask Caesar to throw an oil change in there too. While they got the car up.
What happens if you put too much oil in a car?
It'll start smoking because it'll get up on the valve.
It matters how much more. If
it
you
won't,
put
it won't be able to drain down the motor quick enough.
If you put a quart too much, you're going to probably be okay.
Yeah, maybe.
If you put,
you might get a leak.
If you put more than a quart in,
it's going to stay on the top end too long.
It's going to stay top end too long. You're going to start smoking for mosquitoes.
What engine do you have, Seth?
The Hemi.
So is that the 6-cylinder or the 4?
I got the V.
No, he's got
the 4.
Whatever the small one is. He's got
the 4.
Yeah, he's got the 4-cylinder.
Oh, okay, because it's saying 4.2 quarts.
Yeah, well, Lasker said 5. You throw 5 in there.
Yeah,
5 quarts.
I mean,
I trust 4.2 and then the oil in the filter.
Yeah,
that means it's 5 quarts.
So that's 5 quarts.
I'm just saying what it said. So you're right. I was just making sure of the engine size.
By the way, you never know who's listening to the show. Talk about a real man. And that's Erica's dad, Boo Boo.
Oh, yeah.
He listens to the show now. She taught him how to get on YouTube, and he listened to the show.
Oh.
Man, talk about a real dude. Gene, you'd love Boo Boo. Boo Boo is kind of an...
How do you get that name?
That's his name. His real name is George.
George. That's a good name,
But
George.
he was a boxer growing up. He was like a Golden Gloves like he's still at 70 some years old still goes down to the bar on Friday and Saturday nights at Dade City, and it's not uncommon for him to get in a fight.
Hey, Boo Boo, let's go on down to Dade City and get us into a fight, Boo Boo.
Oh yeah, Boo Boo will. Boo Boo's a real man. I'd bring Boo Boo to a fight before I bring Kushner to a fight.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I think most would. Same here.
Seth says, I want to bring Boo Boo to a fight.
Yeah.
So Boo Boo, man, appreciate you listening. Tomorrow is a tough day for us because we're doing the Merch Crick's mom's celebration of life.
She said she had to plan the whole thing.
She did.
Man.
She planned the whole thing and all the pictures and
you gonna
all
go?
Of course I'm gonna go.
Okay.
I talked to her this morning for a little bit.
Boo Boo's gonna be there too. I'll take a picture with Boo Boo.
There we go.
And every time Boo Boo takes a picture, he still thinks he's a boxer. Here he is, 70-some years old. And anytime you take he always has his fists up.
All right.
Boo Boo does. So, anyway, Seth, before you leave today, I got to send you some oil.
Okay.
And then while you're at the Napa, get an oil filter. That's the only thing you're going to have to buy. It's going to cost you about $14.
Should I get a funnel too?
No.
You're not going to be changing.
You're not going to be changing.
You don't need a funnel.
Well, I mean, just to have in case I break down or something.
No, you're not. No,
I always have a funnel.
No,
Put your thumb over the thing and
just listen.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give you the. And by the way, Gene, I'm giving him Redline synthetic, racing oil.
That's not. Well, you might want a funnel for that. Don't waste it.
Yeah, that's like
is that thick
$20 a quart. That's like $20 a quart.
That's ridiculous.
Gene, is there a chance that I do enough manly activities over the course of you being here to where maybe you would like me?
Hold on, I think
I like you already.
I don't think he has. I don't.
But
think,
what if I
think it's kind of strange you sit up there.
yeah, I've kind of always thought
like
that
a Game
a
of
little
Thrones. Well, yeah, that's kind of weird. But
I'll change.
He'll gladly listen. He'll gladly let you. Gene,
get me out of here.
Gene, if you think that you need to sit up here,
no, I don't need to sit. I don't think anybody needs to sit up there next to you.
Seth thinks he's sitting on his iron throne there. That would help you.
I heard this
so realistically,
from the beginning. He was
actually, realistically, if we were to go by pecking order, Lummy should be there.
Oh, I'm not getting up there.
See, a lot of people are scared to even go up there. And Kush
back in the old days, they really would have been.
Well, but Kush will tell you it was my idea to put him there.
I threatened to slap him with my slide the other day, Gene. I mean, we got a good little thing up here.
Yeah. So Seth, are you the hand to the king?
No. I'm just here to do whatever needs to be done and try to keep it lighthearted. Right. I'm nothing more than that, other than the snake in the grass.
Yeah, and he's big on Reddit too. You know.
Boy.
Yes, that is true.
Yeah.
I love you, Sarah.
Boo Boo, appreciate you listening. I'll see you tomorrow, buddy. Boo Boo.
Boo Boo.
Be on
Get
your
that
hold
picnic
on.
out ready.
Here's the thing about Boo Boo. He'll
picnic basket ready,
he'll
Boo Boo.
cause a scene. So Boo Boo, it's not about you tomorrow. It's about Virginia. So be on your best behavior, Boo Boo. I'm telling you.
Love you, Boo Boo.
Love you, Sarah Coben. I'm going to do a quick pop-up after show. I'll be on live in about 10 minutes. Gene, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
Me, Bubba the Love Sponge.
Co-host and show historian, Lummit.
It's Seth, co-host and president of podcasting.
It's Brian Matroni, king of counter programming.
Rhett, the filthy ginger video editor.
Yeah, back here wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
Co-host Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire of Council. Co-host J. Diaco, Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of Council.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I'll repeat hello.